Alright. It is the prep stuff out the way. What's good, chat? Anybody who's in the stream, whether it be lurking or otherwise? Definitely a lot more of an early start than I typically do for these, but yeah, I just wanted to start as early as I could to get through as much of the game as I possibly can. So one thing you might hear me taking a sip of some tea because my throat was feeling a bit rough. But what we have on the itinerary for today, we have to I think at this point we have to go to City of Tears. It's either we go to City of Tears or we can go to Deepnest, which I probably will do instead. I'm just trying to think about, because I do not believe, other than like a handful of Hunter Journal entries, a lot of which we simply cannot do, as a lot of the enemies that we have available to us to, I guess, clear the remainder of the journal that we have at our disposal, simply we do not have access to. Like, these two we have to fight at the Coliseum of Fools. These guys are a very rare enemy, or what would the word be? They're like unique spawns. They only appear in a few places in the entire game, and they do not respawn. There are these guys that we could do in theory, but it is just not worth it due to the danger and just overall the lack of any efficient ways of killing them. We have these guys, which I also believe are a unique enemy that only appear in select few places on the map. And then everything else is boss adjacent, so what we're going to start off doing is giving Sly his key back so we get access to the rest of his shop.
Oh, Whoopa.
What do you have there? Why, that's the key to my storeroom. I thought I've lost it for good. Did you find it in those old mines, perhaps? Very curious. I have no idea how it ended up in such a remote place. Very honest of you to return it to me. Yes, very kind. And now that I can open up my old storeroom, I can sell you some of the rare stock that has been gathering dust in there. These items may be a little time-worn, but they still retain their full market value. Very precious stuff. Take a look.
Alright, so we have another mass shard, the elegant key, another vessel fragment, and then charms.
You're collecting these, aren't you? Well, you're in luck. I found another in the storeroom. This is the last one, though. So it's priced accordingly.
I gotta think, do I have enough for all this? Yes, definitely.
I dug out another of these. Turns out I had a complete set. If they didn't give me the, if they didn't give me...
Yeah, I'm reading that right, sorry.
If they didn't give me the creeps, I put the pieces together myself.
The complete set.
An explorer found this fancy key floating in the waterways of the city far below us. I've not cleaned it. You enjoy smacking about foes with that nail of yours, right? With this charm equipped, you'll be able to send them flying further with every hit.
Worst charm in the game, by the way.
You like it? It's a recent addition to my collection. Handsome thing, isn't it? Holding it lets you run around quickly and tirelessly, as though you were young again. Or, so I'm told.
Right. So, I think this is a priority. Just to get to places earlier than we would be able to. We get the vessel fragment as well. Because I know where another one is, so that will be a full vessel fragment for us. Might as well get the mass shard as well. First of 4. Oh, he still has another one.
As it turns out, I do actually have one more of these shards left. Very last one. I feel bad charging you so much for the previous shard, especially because it means I have to charge even more for this one.
We are starting to run low on Geo. So I think I'll just buy Dashmaster. And then come back for well, if I'm going to deepnest, then I will not have to worry as much because we will be able to build up some Geo. And I do believe there's like 1 or 2 rancid eggs we can get as well. But do I even want to go anywhere near Nosk right now? I think I'll save the remainder of my Geo. We need to keep this on. That reminds me, we have to visit the Hunter, and then we also have to go back to Fungal Wastes to reach certain areas and lure important areas using this charm. After that, I wish I could make room for Dashmaster, but as of right now I cannot. So instead we're going to read Dashmaster's lore entry, if you will. Bears the likeness of a strange bug known only as the Dashmaster. If I was to guess, this is probably supposed to be Papyrus. If this is Sans, this is Papyrus. That's the only logical explanation to make. Or conclusion to draw. Increases the running speed of the bear, allows them to avoid danger or overtake rivals. Inventory. We still have the old nail, yeah, elegant key. Ornate key made from a glistening white metal, so probably pale ore. Bears the mark of hollowness soul sanctum and glows faintly in the dark. So that's an interesting conclusion to begin to draw. The fact that they said this ornate key is made with some kind of glistening white metal, and considering the fact that Hollowness capital is a City of Tears, and it was infamous for being where only the elite could live and like the richest of the rich, or what's like at the very least people with political influence, right? So I would not be surprised if they made this key specifically out of pale ore. To show as some kind of status symbol, if you will. But outside of that, we have nothing else to do here, really. Other than, I guess, read Mila's... Made much progress yesterday? What we ended up doing was, we actually explored all of Crystal Peaks for the most part, and I discovered that you can go through almost every part of Crystal Peaks, minus the places where you need, Crystal Heart and Desolate Dive, and Mila will not lose her mind unless you directly pick up Crystal Heart right there. So, in order to get the next stage of her questline or dialogue, we're probably going to have to kill a Dreamer, or obtain another progression item of some form. We also gave Sly his key back, so we bought the elegant key a Vessel Fragment, a Mass Shard, and Dash Master. He does still have one more Mass Shard for 1,500 Geo. And he also is selling Heavy Body, but I want to save up my Geo, so that way by the time we get to City of Tears, I already have one Pale Ore, and if I fight Nosk in this early part of the stream, then I will be able to upgrade my nail to at the very least a channeled before ever even entering Soul Sanctum. So that is the plan for the most part. There's no real journal entries we can get. The few that we still have to get are very literally like unique spawn enemies, like they only appear in select places in the entire map and they do not respawn. Yo, who's this Kiki guy in chat? Yeah, who is this Kiki guy? I have no idea. He's been showing up lately. A lot. Not familiar with him. And there's this one we could do, like, this is a unique spawn. There's another example of it. And this one is one we can do in theory, but it is just not efficient and is more threatening to the run than worth it at this point. So, the only place I'm thinking of going right now is King's Pass. Back to King's Pass. I hate them, they're too freaky to be honest, true. So I might go hit up King's Pass and start the Grim Ritual. And after that, I think we will go back to the resting grounds for one, because we forgot to talk to Seer. And what else? There's some stuff I could try to do in a Green Path, but I think we'll hold off on that. We can also visit Grubfather because we have collected a fair few grubs since the last time we seen him. And then I think lastly, once we do all the stuff in King's Pass and Resting Grounds, I think I might... From there, it's like a coin toss between Deepnest and City of Tears. But for now, I can tell you we're going to King's Pass first and foremost to start the Grim Ritual, but before we do that, we have to read Mila's fanfiction about us. The White Savior, the maiden who woke in darkness, confused, she reached out, sharp, hold on, I got a crick in my neck. Ah! Alright, I think I got it. Sharp brambles jabbed at all sides, burning acid bubbled close below. What nightmares had led her here? What hope of survival remained? Doomed, she thought herself, and to despair she fell, until a light bloomed... Absolute fanfiction. Until a light bloomed far in the distance, a bright glowing spot fast approaching. The little night plushie, true. You know she handmade that the second she got back. It swept majestically about the swept majestically about the horns. Leapt above... Thorn, sorry. I did not see the T there. Swept majestically above the horns, leapt above burning waters, and dove towards the maiden. Coming close, the form revealed at last a beautiful being, sharp horns, gleaming white, arms reached out for the damsel, gathering her up, grip firm. Is there more? I believe it repeats. Same time I forgot the knight isn't a child. It's like the same age as a whole. Yeah, a lot of the primary characters of the game you meet are like actually ancient, unironically. Because it's implied that Holness has been dead for a long time. And even some of the older characters you meet, in quotations like Elderbug, he says that a lot of these places were dead and abandoned even far before his time, right? And the knight is as old as the kingdom. Or not as old as the kingdom, but at the very least older than before however long it died. the kingdom itself. And then Hornet, obviously. It's implied that Hornet is at the very least older than our player character. But not as old as characters like, obviously, the Pale King and the Hall... Well, maybe not the Hollow Knight to some extent. She might even be older than the Hollow Knight. But still, a lot of the characters that are primary characters you meet in the game are legitimately ancient. If not child, then why so small and cute? That's a good question. With the Hollow Knight... Like, I think it was you who said it, the Hollow Knight was specifically trained and groomed and stuff to be able to contain the Plague Heart, right? So I would not be surprised if they unironically gave it like some equivalent to like growth. Would it be growth hormones? I'm not sure, but just something to accelerate its development and growth and anything to make it stronger, right? So that way be able to contain the Void Heart. Or not Void Heart, Plague Heart, sorry. And even with the biology of the knights as we or the vessels, sorry, as we understand them, it seems like the more combat experience they get, at the very least, the bigger they grow. Because Broken Vessel was way larger than our player character, and it like I was saying in the last stream, I think it was, Broken Vessel seemed to have made it the longest and the furthest than all of its other siblings. So the implication there, right, is that the more combat experience they get, the longer they fight, they grow faster. Surprised the Hollow Knight didn't become big like infected bugs. Broken Vessel, Traitor Lord. Usually do because it was already that size, Pure Vessel. Like heavy infection bugs. Yeah. But I think that's because of the void in it. You have to think, there is, like, to some degree, you can view it like there is an infinite emptiness inside of each of the vessels because of the void. So because of that, the Plague Heart will probably have a harder time fully, like, infecting physically the Hollow Knight to some extent. The Broken Vessel was also a vessel. Yeah, but it was hollowed out. It was long since dead. Whatever void it had in it, like, its skull was cracked open. And it became big. But even before, like, all those, like, I think, what are they called? Light speeds? The opposite of, I guess the infection version of, life seeds. The little blue guys, right? The body did not change size. It was the same size, it's just they filled what was left of its corpse. They jumped into its head. And they controlled it from there. But for the Hollow Knight, there would still be void in it. It's not like it was cracked open at any point. The first crack we see it get is at the start of the game, when the Plague Heart awakens again. And that's probably after actual millennia of gestation. Of it just sitting in the body of the Hollow Knight. This is where we started the game, at least in the opening cutscene. I never thought the void could, I never thought that, or I said it right. I never thought the void could be hollowed out. Out-hollowed the hollow. No, it's, as I understand it, when the Pale King threw his children down into the, abyss, right? What it ended up doing to them is it literally, like, emptied them out. It hauled them out in a variety of different ways, and filled what was once in their bodies originally with void. So they're empty inside, to some extent. So it's not so much like it's hollowing out void, it's the void hollowed out the children, making them void. Strong. Might as well go in here and talk to, I think it's Oru who's in here.
Eh? Tostakukan?
Well met. Yes, I thought I could sense the aura of a fierce warrior approaching. I was talking about you saying Broken Vessel's skull was... Oh! Yeah, it's cracked open. And, like, take the end, like, the just regular true ending of the game. When we see, like, after Hornet wakes up and she turns around, right, and the void that was in the black egg, like, seeps back down into the ground. When we see the knight's skull, right, it literally cracked in two. We see the void as well that was in its body draining from it and back into the ground. So that probably also happened to the broken vessel. I'm impressed you found my sanctuary here at the top of the world. No doubt you've endured many trials and overcome many foes in your quest to find me. No, don't speak a word. I, Nailmaster Mato, sorry, who was taught the art of the nail by the great nail sage himself, hereby accept you as my pupil. Let us begin the lesson immediately. Yes, first nail art. First cutscene too in a long time. Cyclone Slash. Hold square to concentrate energy into the nail. Release the button while holding up or down to perform the Cyclone Slash. Your form, exquisite. Gotta go eat food, bet. Exquisite. Now I know how my own master felt when he passed down his teachings to us. I hope you don't think me too forward when I say that I consider you to be my child. Yes. When I saw you perform my nail art, I felt a bond between us suddenly flash into existence. You honor me beyond words, my pupil. Thank you.
Bam. Finel.
Bowing in honor to the goat.
Bam. Finel.
My brother Shio, how fare you in that green kingdom of thorns you call home? I think of you every time I raise my nail. Do you ever close your eyes and remember the time we spent together with Oro and Mato and our master, sorry? I like to think you do. Sad. Cool. Cyclone Slash, the signature nail art of Nail Master Mato, a spinning attack that rapidly strikes foes on all sides. That might help me for deepnest now that I think about it. That might help me a lot, more than a lot. Ow. Soul totem. There it is. Ow. There he is. The Great Ascended One. The Great Mind. Okay, I might have to heal by a lot. I do know a possible skip here, but I would need Monarch Wings. I believe. I am Gorb! Bow, 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 bow to Gorb! The great mind, I am Gorb! Ascend, 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 ascend with Gorb! Challenge Dream Warrior? Sure. Okay, I'm getting way too aggressive. I love this character. I am Gorb! The great mind, the pain, ascend, ascend! I am. There he goes. 500 essence. Here lies Gorb, the great mind. Lingering dream of a fallen warrior, a mysterious life form that claimed to contain all of the world's knowledge inside its distended brain. Distended brain, yeah. I am Gorb! Gorb. The goat, really. None could mog like Gorb. So, we no longer have a map, and I have no memory where, Cornifer is. Now, I would rather not abruptly fall to my death, but at the same time, I would think it wise to, clear out this area before entering any room in particular, even if it is to obtain a map. Simply so that way I do not forget what enemies that I have killed and what enemies still need killing. This is where we came from, yep. I tried double jumping. I already hear Coral. But I need to... That was actually a really good save.
Hann vi matte?
Hold on, I got some in my chest. Enjoying the brisky air? We're quite close to Hollowness border and those desolate plains that surround it. In this direction, I am about as far as I'm willing to go, though it's been a pleasant change from the tight Though it has been a pleasant change from the tight confines of the caverns. I've drawn out a small map of the area. It's a simple one, and more for completion, really. Not knowing the full extent of a region can be quite frustrating. Helen close. I've chanced upon a strange bug atop those cliffs. His house isn't far from here. A very imposing figure he was, and no doubt lethal with a nail.
I suspect you two might share more in common than him and I. Yes.
Çok öyle gerekti.
Bob. So we have a few places to go now. If I go down all the way, I can pick back up that grub I missed out on initially, due to my lack of having, what's it called? My lack of having, Mantis Claw. Oh, you are sneaky. I hear it. Yo, where's this? There it is. Lore tablet. Higher beings, these words are for you alone. These blasted plains stretch never ending. There is no world beyond. Those foolish enough to traverse this void must pay the toll and relinquish the precious mine this kingdom grants. So that is an interesting inquiry. Something I just thought about is, those lore tablets, right? They speak of higher beings, and only higher beings being able to, read them, right? But then I thought of something. What if, in a way, the Kingdom of Hollowness viewed all of its subjects compared to everything else in, like, the Wasteland, for example, right? As higher beings, at least in an intelligence degree, because of the mind that this land gives to bug and beasts as they have never dreamed. Base instincts redeemed and all that. Damn. I believe I killed everything on the bottom floor. Now we just need to work on this whispering root. King's Idol. No king, no mind, release. Clever way of preventing the player from leaving. Not even just making them stop, simply making the wind too strong. Implying that there is some kind of windstorm happening. That even the night is not strong enough to just push through. Forgot how, like, just annoying this map, or this part of the map could be to traverse. There's also a lot of soul totems here. Where? Okay, there they are. I hope I did not miss any. Apparently I did not even bother to go underneath Coral's area there. Not Coral, Jesus, Cornifer. Thank you, Gathering Swarm. There's also a lot of, like, I guess landmarkers or pikes
with the king's vestige, at least a vague vestige of it. I guess that would have been their way to show any foreigners or any intrepid travelers on their path to Hollownest that they've made it to, at the very least, the far border of Hollownest. And entering the king, the land of King and Creator. Yeah, this has to be the most, just, I'm trying to think of ways to fill the dead air, but this is just a very, Jesus. This is just a very, tedious, whispering route to complete. And if you do not want to fall all the way back down to the bottom of the map, then you have to be very mindful of your footing. There we go, finally. So, we killed everything in the area, we got all the collectibles in the area for the most part, now we just need to travel all the way back down to the Whispering Route. Wasteland. Bugs reduced. Interesting. So much lore in that. I knew nothing would happen, but might as well try it. I hear the grub. I do have that bench there, I can just warp back. A world you gave to bug and beast as they have never dreamed. I just thought about, can you dream now any of these? Because these are just a lot of boulders. Or balders. That died for one reason or another. Not very sure as to why that is, but their corpses remain nonetheless. There we go. I swear there was more here, I just do not remember what. Oh well. Here is the Grim Ritual. The corpse of a large bug. The corpse of a large bug. Let's see if I can do the speedrun trick. Nope. Nope, I'm just gonna hit it. Now the first part of the DLC begins. Nothing left here to do for now. Alright, that was that room done. Brother. Where's this? Okay, I remember it being more downwards, I guess. Oh, that was a nice save, actually. Ah, man, we're going to have to go back with a Desolate Dive or Descending Dark, either one. Yo. Just so you know, you did not miss much. We just got a Whispering Root, got the map, and we activated the Grim Ritual. So by the time we get back to Dirtmouth, we're going to be able to start the Nightmare Troop DLC. I forget what it was called, actually. Grim Troop, sorry. Grim Troop DLC. Can't stand the way that enemy's placed. Lord, this is so much fun. Completely useless minion time. Hey, do not say that about the Grim Child. That's my favorite charm in the game. A lot of just annoying Venge Flies. Seeing a lot of Joni vines. If I had Descending Dark, I could open up this shortcut. But as of right now, we cannot. Because I got here very early. This is, I think, technically the first major part of, like, the Joni DLC expansion thing, Lifeblood expansion. You find Joni. Joni's Blessing. Joni's Blessing. 4 charm notches, by the way. Blessed by Joni, the kindly heretic transfigures vital fluids into lifeblood. Transfigures vital fluid. So it just takes all your bodily fluids and turns them into lifeblood? The bearer will have a healthier shell and could take more damage, but they will not be able to heal themselves by focusing soul. One time I saw a video of someone fighting Mato and Godhome. The Grimchild attacked him right as he was about to jump on top of the knight, and Mato got knocked back. So yeah, it's not useless at all, is it? Useless minion, they said. Saves player from dying, it does. One of my favorite Hollow Knight videos is funny. Sorry, the text box was in the way. Or chat box. Blue Chow Joni. Another Kickstarter character. Ah, I see you bear my blessing. I can't remember giving it, but my memory has been a little lacking of late. Isn't it just so peaceful here? Such a perfect place to rest. Why, ladies, alright, Ash Charm. So, that is all the dialogue Joni has. Imagine kickstarting a Hollow Knight character and naming it Joni. Look, if it works, it works. We only get 2 lines of dialogue from Joni, and that is really funny to me, because the presence of Lifeblood and the implication of Joni somehow being like the origin of it to some extent And then also the implications of just lifeblood being viewed as a taboo and like a what would the word be? How would I word it? Sorry. Just dabbling in lifeblood, it being viewed as an act of heresy in the kingdom of Hollowness itself. So the fact that like we get to talk to Joni, and all they really say is, "Oh, you have my blessing. That's cool." And then that's about it. This is my Hollow Knight character. His name is Walther McNormal Guy. Or Walter, sorry. My tongue just refused to work there. Walter McNormal Guy. Yeah, it's one of the more visually, like, stunning places in the entire game. It's just the irony, like I said, of there being, like, somewhat massive lore implications in terms of, like, the laws and, I guess, belief system of, Hollow Knight, or, not Hollow Knight, Hollownest, in relation to, like, how the king viewed certain, like, practices, or I guess how the king could have viewed certain practices, and then we meet the character responsible for one of the larger practices in, Hollownest, if you will, and they do not say much of anything about their practice. The whole game is stunning. Another reason why I'm so excited for Silksong. Yeah, that game is going... I can tell just by some of the trailers, visually, in a lot of ways, I could tell the art team has learned a lot since their time, you know, working on Hollow Knight. And they just made the game a lot more visually stunning. Not that like, their previous work isn't still amazing, but... It's like finding a diamond and then finding, like, a pure grade diamond. Yeah, the other diamond is still a diamond, but... This diamond is just way shinier. I think that is mostly everything. I'm literally obsessed with Lace despite not knowing anything, there it is, popped up anything about her. I know very little about Lace, but if I was to guess what kind of character she would be, I think she's unironically the Hornet equivalent for what's it called? Farloom. The shoulder pads, the poofy pants, the bob. She's swagged out. I think she's the Farloom equivalent of Hornet in the sense that she's like a princess, at the very least. Like some brass of royalty. But she's clearly a lot more spoiled than Hornet was. Or at the very least, a lot more favored than Hornet was. I need to warp back to that bench so I can actually see what's going on the map. She does look like royalty. Yeah, I think she's just the Hornet equivalent for Farloom. And because of that, I think her and Hornet, you're going to, similarly to Hornet, I think we're going to be fighting her multiple times throughout the course of the game. And her and Hornet are going to have like a massive rivalry. And I could see her doing what Hornet did for the knight in this game. And willfully helping Hornet achieve her goals at a certain point. But that is... Oh, yeah, she is in the trailer and stuff. I'd assume she'd have multiple fights. Yeah, but here's the thing about trailer bosses. You would assume them to be, like, prominent or prolific or showing up multiple times during, like, certain points of the game, and then you only fight them once and they're gone. Hornet equivalent, new word for princess. Well, I'm just trying to, if I was to guess, I think she would have, like, a similar or, like, exact same role as Hornet had in this game. I'm not sure how else to describe her other than, like, a Hornet equivalent for Farloom. So, yeah, like a form of, like, princess, maybe, or just royalty in general. Silksong surprising us with Lace too. A second Lace. I'm a genius guy, it's true. Why do I get the feeling that a week after Silksong comes out, unless, you know, the community's far too busy tearing the game apart, everyone's gonna be like, so when's the next Hollow Knight game? Hollow Knight 3 tomorrow? Right, guys? That was perfect. I don't think that will happen. Yeah. But I'm just basing that off of experience I've had with other games that have been in a similar position, or franchises that have been in a similar position to Hollow Knight, where like they go so long without making any form of content with the game that it drives the fan base to absolute insanity. And then even when like new content happens, they're still like their minds are still gone, just because of how long it's been since they had actual content. Like, I do not think I need to mention the infamous Arkham, like, r/Batman Arkham Reddit. I mean, they're going to add DLCs to silksong. Isn't that confirmed? I would not say confirmed, but here's the thing. Team Cherry already has a track record of making free DLCs for the game and stuff like that. Oh god, Lace DLC. Yeah, and then that's going to turn into a whole game, isn't it? And Zoat Boat DLC? Crazy. What's your name again? Shadow and Fire will dance together so pretty, I think. But just given Team Cherry's track record with... I mean, look. This DLC... This one right here, I would not be surprised if we got, at the very least, 2... I could see them doing 2 major DLC expansions for silksong and adding whole new areas. Not even, like, offshoots or additive areas to existing areas, but just, like, actual, full, brand new chunks of the map. Not too dissimilar to what they did with the Hive, but the Hive is kind of an offshoot of, Kingdom's Edge. It's not really an area in of itself, it's just an area inside of another, like, bigger area. Ah, did you call us? You called us, and we came. You don't look scared. Why did you call us? To be honest, I don't care, I'm going to play silksong so slowly. One step every 4 hours. Well, I think the game in scope will probably be... maybe even 2 times bigger than Hollow Knight. So, it probably will be a long time before everyone, like, not just, like, beats the game, but fully 100% the game and stuff. It doesn't matter. They'll tell me. We came and I can smell something. Something deep below us. I want it. I'm going to take so many screenshots. I'm not going to continue to talk to Divine just yet. To upgrade the charms and stuff because I do not have the money. My Switch begging for help as I take insert number here Lace screenshots. True. The roads between are dark and long, but Master's light will always guide us. Divine freaky just like me. Yeah, probably. New land, different from the last. How many more will we see? Oh, look there. Something strange and sinister has suddenly appeared. It fills me with dread. I think it best to try and ignore it. Do 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 do. Probably. She's so freaky. She ate a man shrew. But she's like a species of mantis. At least that's that is what her and Leg Eater are implied to be. Why must these grotesque strangers intrude on our peaceful little home? Sometimes it feels like the whole world is conspiring to make me uncomfortable. Did she write any more fanfiction? Isn't Leg Eater a termite? Oh yeah, they do look like termites, huh? Hey look, Milo's asleep. White Wanderer, don't be shy. Cold outside, bed is soft. Wow. We know what mantises and Hollow Knight look like. And they don't look like that. Yeah, but there's still species of mantises. Even in the real world, it's not like there's just one kind of mantis. And the only reason why I assumed that they were variations of, Oh! Sorry. That's a bad habit I have. I sometimes mix up Bretta and Mila's names. Probably because they end similarly. The White Savior returns. Long had they remained apart, and the village, Long had they remained apart in the village, once so warm, now grew cold. The maiden felt the well of grief. It gripped fierce upon her lonely shell. And suddenly, as though her tragic state was sensed, the Savior returned, standing tall, glowing bright. Below shining horns, eyes welled black, glistening, eyes only for the maiden longed missed, long desired. Her savior leaned close, sat beside, perfectly composed. In that charged, breathless moment, not a word needed be spoken. The maiden's shell felt suddenly tight. Her claws curled, sorry. I was about to say drooled for some reason. Her claws curled. No glance was shared, no claws touched, just perfect, aching love shared in silence together. Who's gonna tell her? Who's gonna tell her? Writing these fan fictions about me. Look, chat, it's you guys. It's you guys, chat. She's literally so real. She's so me. See, chat admits it. Where to go from here? Not much we can do in Fog Canyon, so I might not bother with that. Oh yeah, let's go talk to the hunter. You know I am not ashamed. My new name is Chat. I'm Kiki no longer. Yeah, that's right, Chat. Hey, Brooklyn. Hello, Hollow outside. We got a new chatter. When will you talk to Tiso? Go. In a minute. We have to upgrade the Dream Nail first. Holy shit, is that Optimus Prime? Where? Oh yeah, that is an Optimus Prime profile picture, isn't it? I believe so. Yeah, looks like one. It's really tiny on my phone. But I recognize Optimus anywhere. That's my favorite Transformer of all time, after all.
Ah, Wilder, you've returned. Let me have a look at the Dream Nail. Ah, your nail holds over 200 essence. You're proving your talents in its collection. What I've done. What? What I've done? Is that a reference that's flying over my head? Yes. I stated reading it today. Started, probably. Bro. Oh! Sorry. Without, you know, it's one thing hearing and seeing memes about it, but seeing it in chat, it just doesn't look right. What I've done. Plus, I grew up with the original '84 Transformers cartoon, so when I think of Transformers, that is not the first. Linkin Park is not the first thing I think of. Have you seen that great door just outside? My tribe closed it long ago and forbade its opening. But, as far as I can tell, I'm the only member of my tribe still breathing. That means I needn't feel bad about breaking a taboo. As proof of my belief in you, I'll open the door.
Do you listen to Linkin Park? Outside of the songs that showed up in the Transformers films, not really, I'll be honest. And I listen to those primarily because they're meme songs. Brooklyn on your PFP? It must be a sad life. Oh, I'm quite content.
There, the door is open, and you can enter the glade beyond it. Listen closely in there, and you may hear the utterings of bugs long gone.
Go listen to Hybrid Theory. Lucan's hair is orange.
So you've collected 300 essence, yes. I could see the dreams of this old kingdom are starting to cling to you. Very encouraging.
But they're from the same show, so you're close enough.
You've certainly made your dreary work here more exciting.
Or my dreary work here more exciting, sorry.
Being the caretaker of this place hasn't been very stimulating.
Yeah, you look blind. Look at her eyes.
I shouldn't complain, though. Tending these graves and guiding the wielders. All penance for old crimes. Certainly, certain things have to be done to keep. Certain things have to be kept in balance.
That is an interesting line. All penance for old crimes. So I think it was the second stream. Do you remember we were talking about why didn't the Moth tribe initially help with trying to do something about the plague with the Radiants? Because they would have known the origin of the plague heart. I want to make Brooklyn my PFP because I hate him. Fair enough. They knew about the Radiants, and they originally worshipped the Radiants only to forsake her in a way, and seal her off, and make her forgotten. He is Boris's team leader in, Beyblade. He is Boris' team leader in Beyblade. I have no idea. I know almost nothing about Beyblade. I unironically own some Beyblade frames and stuff. Yes, he is Borge's team leader of Beyblade. I still have no idea what's going on. Penance for old crimes. I think at the very least Seer might hold some level or might feel some level of accountability, knowing that the Moths knew about the Radiance, so they could have done his English dub. His English dub name is Tala, so you might know him by that name. Okay. I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah. I wonder if Seer feels a level of accountability just on behalf of her tribe. Because, as mentioned before, they knew about the Radiance. But I do not remember how I said it, but I think my reasoning for why the Moth tribe did not intervene is because a lot of the mega old members who knew about the Radiance probably, in order to try and prevent her spread of infection, were trying to stay quiet and limit the knowledge of her in general to prevent it spreading further. And a lot of the younger members might have had no clue of the Radiance's existence because the older members purposely obscured that information. So I wonder if what that line of all penance for old crimes, I wonder if that's what that means.
Take this trinket for your efforts and return with 500 essence. Keep up your tireless work.
Pale ore. Okay, we might have to go to deepnest first, because that's 3 nail upgrades if I get that other pale ore.
500 essence. You're a master in the making. Well done, well done. I have a small reward for you. Plucked from one of my most precious memories. This charm will bring you and the nail closer together still. The secrets of this kingdom won't be able to hide from you any longer. Take it and return once you've collected 700 essence. More gifts await you. Dreamwilder. With that, I think we have enough charms to go back to Salubra and buy another Charnosh, but I would like to hold off. Dreamwilder. Transcendent transient. Sorry, that's one of those weird words that never get used. Charm created for those who for those who wield the dream nail and collect essence. Allows the bearer to charge the dream nail faster and collect more soul when striking foes. Now it's time to go into the Spirit's Glade and attack nothing. Have you no name? Yeah, but I don't call him that. The bugs within the glade, the bugs within this glade are under my watch. Treat them with respect and you may remain, but raise your nail and you'll contend with me. I assure you, Wanderer, my nail is sharp, and I'll not hold back. Revik? Buy my cookies! Yeah, so tasty. Optimus Prime is Convoy, sounds more cooler. Do we have a Japanese viewer in here? Because very few people know that name in the US. At least most English-speaking Transformers fans. So how Revit gets confused when you get all the spirits and the... Oh, God. I was going to say I'm not going to kill everyone in here, but I just... that would be dialogue, huh? Alright, I might have to put it to a vote. Yeah, it's Convoy, but isn't Transformers American? Beyblade is Japanese, so it makes... No, technically it's both. The original toy line for the original 84 Transformers was based off of a Japanese toy line called, Diaclone. They called them Galaxy Convoy and Galaxy Force. Yeah, but... No, I just read a Wikipedia page. I just started. Oh. But, yeah, they... Japan, or specifically a toy company by the name of Takara, worked with Hasbro. They're, like, very close business partners. And they bought the Diaclone, a lot of the Diaclone figures, and turned them into Transformers. So, when the original toy line was happening in the US, it was also happening in Japan. And when they made the cartoon for it, I believe at least the first 2 seasons of the original 84 Transformers cartoon were aired at the same time, both in the US and Japan. So technically, if you want to be hyper-specific, the original 84 Transformers cartoon can be viewed as an anime. Takara and Hasbro also work for Beyblade. Yeah, they have their hands in a lot of pots. But, it was like, there was a divergence in a way, where after the 86 Transformers film, where they killed Optimus and a bunch of other characters, Japan literally did not they made the active choice not to air that movie in Japan, and they just kept going with the original cartoon. But it created like a divergent storyline, so that's where things differ. I know a lot of people will say that Transformers is an inherently American franchise. It has little to do with Japan or whatever. But I never understood that line of thought. Just because it's more popular in the U.S., for example, does not mean it's not equally as much like a Japanese thing or as important to like Japanese media as it is like American media. Did you know that there is Transformers Beyblades? We're going to get an Optimus Prime Beyblade. I did not know that, actually. That'd be a first for me in a long time. Have to look into that more.
Oh wait, no, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, never mind. It flashed in my head for a second. Yeah. Buy my cookies. What's with Takara and Hasbro? They're business partners for them. Is a simple explanation. They've worked together for a very long time. Buy my cookies. Once I've sold them all, I could go home. Beware your own mind, little one. Twisted minds break dark deeds. And mine was more twisted than most. Oh, not break, breeds. Twisted mind breed dark deeds. There's also a fighting game called Dream Mix TV World Fighters, where Optimus Prime and I'm not sure what's in it. That looks Japanese to me, but it's probably not. Beyblade protagonists or play. I think I know what specifically you're referring to. I know that Transformers had a lot of weird offshoot fighting games in very hard to access mediums. The most accessible quote Transformers fighting game that's appeared in recent years has been Forged to Fight, the mobile game. You can make them fight. They're also beside each other in the game poster. Okay, so knowing that. Takao? Is that how it would be said? I am at the very least like lightly studying Japanese, and by extension, how to say stuff with like the Katagawa tinge. Is the name of the guy who wrote the first Beyblade manga. Dude names the main named the main character after it. Well, you'd be surprised how often that happens. Like a recent example I could think of that. Yeah, you said correctly. Yeah, because I've been, for once, that's a language I'm familiar with to some degree, and have been studying in. But a recent example I could think of that is I watched a video on it just because it appeared on my feed. But the creator for My Dress Up Darling is Takao Tyson. I'm not sure. I've seen it mispronounced so much, but the creator for My Dress Up Darling, both the manga and the show, from what I understand, the second, like, the main heroine of the anime is basically a self-insert of her. So, that stuff happens a lot in, like, the manga and anime space that I do not think a lot of people realize. A more famous example I can give is, Ano, the creator of, Evangelion. Shinji Ikari is just basically a stand-in for him, and specifically like a darker chapter of his life where he was dealing with a lot of mental issues and stuff. Tyson is his English name dub. But yeah, stuff like that is very common as I understand it. And not even just in manga, it's just across the board in most media. You'd be surprised how many, like... And another way to put it is a good basis to make a good character is not just, you know, make a self-insert, but take an aspect of yourself. Like, I've heard people describe it as you are the raw material. You take that material and you turn it into something else. The hospital scene better not be based off him. No, I do not believe so. But a lot of writers, they take aspects of themselves, or they take versions of themselves during specific points in their life, and they turn them into something entirely new, to either make just a compelling story, or to try and, like, help others who might be suffering from, like, depression or anything like that, through, that part of their life, so that way they do not have to struggle in ways, that like the writer would have had to. I'm doing that. I'm currently in the midst of writing a story, and I've taken specific aspects of myself, and I've turned all of them into, like, different characters for very specific purposes. Yeah, everyone does it. I thought it would be my end, but instead I found this glade, and with it a sort of peace. So this is also another one of my favorite OSTs in the entire game. Used to help others. They were brought to me, sick and dying. What difference does it make? Any victory against death will always be temporary. Any victory against death will always be temporary. What a gloomy thought. Are you making a comic? Something like that. It can be viewed as a comic. But I think it'll probably be in a variety of mediums I try to tell it in. Like a YouTube short story is definitely one place where it might appear one day. But if I was to describe it, it's a very large and expansive world I'm trying to make. And the focus of it is an elemental-based system, so think Avatar, or something like that. And a lot of the premises from Avatar in terms of like, that, quote, magic system, even though Avatar's magic system is not a magic system, it's more of a martial art, an extension of the body. A lot of those philosophies and stuff will be present in it, in terms of like mechanics, but also just widely different because there's a lot more elements than 4. Do you think Dark Thoughts are the one when hidden behind a vestige as in passive as your own? I find it hard to tell. I'm actually not sure how many lines of dialogue a lot of these characters have. Yeah, I also have a character that I think is a little too much like me. I'm not a very experienced writer at all. I'll hardly even call myself a writer, literally just starting off, but if I was to give you advice, try not to make a character that is you, try to take an aspect of yourself and turn it into a character. That's the best way I could think to describe it. No one can ever be as freaky as me, though. Fair enough. Don't fear, little creature. Though a violent rage once possessed me, the peaceful air in this place seems to keep it at bay. My apprentice should not cause you worry. Here, my appearance, sorry, should not cause you worry. Here, I am truly at peace. So, that's been an interesting thing so far. A lot of the people who seem to have entered this glade, minus this person. Well, yeah, it's not a self-insert or anything. A lot of the people in this glade that we've spoken to so far, they have all seemed to have been at like varying stages of unrest in their life. And for some reason, entering this glade and joining this tribe, if you will, seemed to have brought them some measure of peace. Like, I think this is a moth. I'm not sure that this could be classified as a moth. This is something. I know, Revik is definitely probably a moth, right? I'd have to look at her sprite again. At least I would assume so. Are you a warrior, little one? A true warrior is one who can stand strong in the midst of a storm. Stand strong, little warrior. I have no idea what you're supposed to be. You're definitely a moth. I was once obsessed with power through my, though my time within this glade has shed me of such desires. What folly it was to... Isn't true peace achieved by freeing their souls? Some people see dream nailing as a bad thing, but the game seems to suggest that you are helping them move on. Revik even forgets, his purpose when you get everyone in the glade. That is an interpretation, I suppose. Do moths born from ground like their cocoons underground? I'm not sure how it would work in this game. The guy doesn't look like a moth. The antenna don't look like it. Fair. What folly was it to ever crave such a vicious thing? Seeking power is a hollow goal. Best to search for other things. Is it true peace achieved by freeing their souls? I'm not sure. I'm not, I guess, that familiar with this aspect of the lore to make that distinction. Moths don't pupate underground, do they? I'm not sure. Like, I know silk moths don't. Never mind, they do. Oh, you looked it up? Not all of them, though. Yeah, like I just brought up silk moths. But in general, I guess my interpretation of it is at a certain point, they would have had to have come to this glade, before dying. And I guess whatever's in this place filled them with a sense of peace that made them abandon certain aspects of themselves that they, I guess, now view as more unsightly. And also, soapbox don't either. I love soapbox so much. I like to raise moths up one day. Actually, I wouldn't mind doing that. I would not mind. King's Idol. It's up here, right? Oh, I can make that. Man! I guess we cannot enter the Kickstarter room just yet. My mom would be too scared of them, unfortunately. I do not really... Well, I have an interesting history with mods. It's been very back and forth. I have no idea what you are supposed to be. We've always left, we're always left with, reminders of the errors we've made. Let your mistakes not burden you, but serve as guideposts on where not to travel. These husks around my neck, they are my precious friends. Always there to keep me company and much better for conversations than the rest of the odd lot here. Right. I think moths are not very hostile. I saw a person holding a big moth. It was calm. Well, I've been attacked by a handful of moths in my life, so that's why it says back and forth. I've met a lot of very friendly moths and a lot of ones that hated my guts for one reason or another. Because moths are non-dangerous. Ironic. So, that guy's definitely normal and not weird. What are you? Some kind of centipede or something? 100 nail warrior. If I remember correctly, all of them are safe to hold. Not all caterpillars, though. Some of them are venomous. Not just venomous, but straight poisonous. Like, touching them could kill you. Or not kill you, but you know what I mean. Do you like my nails, little wanderer? Yes, give me all of them. Most moths don't even have mouths. And the ones that do have a trunk-like mouth, so they can't bite you. Yeah, but I still had them, like, fly into my face repeatedly at various points in my life. So I know not all mods are, like, most mods are not even dangerous or physically cannot be dangerous. But I still had one headbutt me at the very least. I carry only 3, far less than legends may suggest. Do you like my nails, butterflies, or moths? No. Did I say that? Sorry, did I misspeak? They are not. Still, each is sharper than the last, and I'd require only one to cut you down. Right. Moths have bigger abdomens, more fur, and bushy antennae. And also their wings are distinctly different shapes from butterflies. Poisonous is dangerous if you eat it. Venomous is dangerous if you touch it. Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry, I always get those two backwards. It's like dyslexia for that specifically. Aren't my nails the most wonderful things? They're gleaming blades, so sharp and deadly. We should get a game with this guy. This guy looks sick. That's a moth. Are you admiring my fabulous markings? Am I of a distinguished species? I'm of a distinguished species, you see. Sorry. They belong to the same family, like we can relate humans and chimpanzees. Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about, like, this species-based family tree biology of moths and butterflies. But I wouldn't be surprised if they came from the same thing, or same tree. Though, I have not seen another like me for the longest time. I just looked it up and they say every moth is safe to hold except cinnabar moths? Which can cause rashes. I have heard stuff like that. That at least one species of moth can give you like a horrible rash. It's really hard to get rid of. But that's very mild anyway. Oh. Mild. I guess I misremembered. Moths have never been a threat to humans, really. Yeah. But that doesn't mean apparently I still did not have beef with some, apparently. Like, a moth I definitely had beef with is Markov. You don't seem to bear the markings of rank. Interesting. Though you bear no markings of lower form. What are you? Do tell me. Are you a higher being or another lowly grub? That is a very big lore bomb for some random NPC to have. Cinnabar mobs aren't big, so the big ones are safe to hold. I would like to hold an Atlas moth someday. Both moths and butterflies belong to Lepidoptera. What? Lepidoptera? It's a dangerous moth right there. That is one of those scientific species names that I've never heard in my entire life, and any normal person would not use it. So I'm going to assume I said it right, even though I know I didn't, out of spite. What is this? Are you enjoying your time in our glade? I'd offer advice, though, to have made it here, you've obviously quite adept at navigating our world and its pearls. You're very impressive for such a small thing. I'm something of a warrior myself, though even I'd hesitate to raise my nail against you. What are you? Don't fear my rotting form, though my body sheds and changes my core, though my body sheds and changes, my core remains the same. They're so cute too. There's a moth species called Death's Head Moth, and it has a skull shape on it, and makes the cutest little squeaking noises. This character is definitely Dragonfly. The one over there? Yeah. The Knight has consciousness in game sense. I would say to some extent it has some level of consciousness, even if it does not. I think all the vessels do, whether they realize it or not. It definitely does, yeah. At the very least, it has some base level of consciousness that it does not comprehend. Kind of like the joke that most children, like under the age of 5, are barely aware of the fact that they are conscious and exist and are living beings. The one before, not the molten one. Yeah, that's definitely a dragonfly. The chick before. Don't fear my running. Oh, I already read that. Though my body sheds and changes, my core remains the same. Molten. Yo, look at this sucker. Bro's built like a Shovel Knight character. All of life's problems can be solved by crushing force, such as a simple mantra, and one I've always lived by. Magnus Strong. That is an amazing name for a character. Absolutely stellar name for a character. If you weren't so scrawny, I suggest you follow my example. Shallow Knight. I'm aware of the pun you were trying to roast named Magnus Strong. Get out of the way, text box. Gotta move the chat again because it's in the way of. Let's do. I'm not even sure where to put this thing. Center left, there. Remember, Tiny Bug, crush your fears, crush your problems, crush your foes. Very simple mentality he has, so you have to respect it. Look at this dude. Don't judge me by my appearance. Though my stature is small, I bear a dark soul and tendency to go berserk in battle. I wonder what this character was based off of. I wonder. I bear a dark soul and a tendency to go berserk. Anyway. Of course, and Team Cherry said they were never inspired by Dark Souls, they said. I know it's a Kickstarter character, but still it's funny. You wouldn't have the guts to face me anyway. Yeah, I think it's based off an anime character, I'll be honest. Hark, fellow adventurer, are you heading out into the world? I'd join you, but it has been so long. I fear I'd lose my head. Wayner. Ah yes, Guts, the Dark Souls character. I'm envious of you, facing this world without fear. I could stand to learn from your approach. That's a mosquito. Wait. Watch out! I've an acidic touch and wouldn't want you to get burned. It's a protection system of my kind, though something of a nuisance when it comes to meeting others. Don't get too close. I'd not wish to cause any harm. I'll see you soon, she said. Though that was a long time ago. I wonder where she went. Oh. I have a fucking bug named, Wait. I know a character named Weimer. So it's not too bizarre to me. Of every name they could have chose, Wait. Oh, it's a double. I just realized. Watch out, I have an acidic defense mechanism, so if you touch me, you'll get burned. And the character's name is Wait. Ah. These Kickstarters are hilarious, man. Let me tell you. Way at? Is that how it's pronounced? Sorry to any Kickstarters watching this stream. I know that's definitely not a thing, but... apologies. I'll see you soon, she said. Oh, I already read that. Go bother someone else. You're not the one I'm looking for. Fair enough. That's definitely a moth, and one of the few that... how do you pronounce, Hunter O'Neill name? Well, I'm going to assume that's how it's pronounced because you put the dash in O, and then... Or... Well, I guess it's... That name specifically depends on the language, I believe. Because I've heard it pronounced O'Neill, and no... or O-Nyan. If I kickstarted a Whole Night character, I'd name it Waspinator. I'm surprised no one did that, I'll be honest. They should have added Waspinator to the game. Ah, Wanderer. I've been many places and done a great many things, but I suspect you will outdo me by far. I've long ceased traveling the caverns of hollowness, and I suspect they're now far more dangerous than in my journey. Though with your capable air, I'm sure you'll do fine. Good luck. It's a vast world out there. Thistlewind sounds like a warrior cat character name. I can see that. You find it strange to see a moth wielding a weapon. We are a pacifist species, though I am not the only one amongst us to take up arms. Another braved the edges of this world, hoping to uncover a truth long forgotten. I wonder what became of him. I wonder who he is speaking of. Chat, who could that guy possibly speaking of? Another moth that took up arms? Is it a character from Transformers who's looking like a mechanoid? Yes, Waspinator. From the Beast Wars cartoon. Specifically during a time period in Transformers where they far advanced to have smaller, more fuel-efficient bodies. And they can transform into, like, organic forms. We are a pacifist species. The mark-off on the table. I come from far away to reach this place, though my shell may seem foreign beneath... Wait, was this a character from Farloom without realizing it? Was this Team Cherry using a Kickstarter to secretly show us silksong stuff far before we would have ever seen it? Because though my shell may seem foreign, beneath I am a bug the same as you. Looking at this character, he looks like something that would appear in Farloom. I fucking love Waspinator, man. As Thrust too, yeah. You two are a warrior, I see your nail, but your shell seems underdeveloped. Yeah, I'm still developing. In your current state, to travel a land as dangerous as this seems unwise. What do you mean? Farloom has been round and red, true. Yeah, I'm still developing Team Cherry for the past 6 years. Like, Team Cherry, please. How much longer till Song Silk? Ah, my head. And they're like, yeah, I'm still developing. You said that 6 years ago. Nothing in here. Alright, you are definitely not a mock. Team Cherry, give me Lace. Now I want her. Now, says the down bad chatter. I can't wait a week. That's like forever. Who's gonna tell him? Who's gonna tell him I got delayed again? Oh! When I said I want her now, I didn't mean in a freaky way. Sure you didn't. Right. Because we can trust chat. Chat is so trustworthy. I really do not want to... Okay. It's fine. Can't be freaky about character I don't know anything about. I have class. Right. said the chatter. I'll start being freaky after I meet her. Right. Alright. Whispering Vine done. Vine? No, root. I actually didn't consider that she could be a spoiled princess. Well, just look at her mannerisms and the way she interacted with Hornet with that initial trailer. She was very, like, even Hornet called out how full of herself she was. Those skulls, is that Night wearing? I'm not sure. Sacred memories, honored souls. Alright, chat, I'm not sure what to do, I'll be honest, because I forgot that Revik has unique dialogue based off of, you know, if you kill everyone in the spirit glade. Don't look at the interaction, I told you multiple times, I don't know anything about... Well, you've seen her design, and are you going to imply to me that the first thing that doesn't, or that enters your mind isn't immediately some kind of spoiled brat? They're already dead. But it just feels wrong to dreamnail everyone. I guess this playthrough is a pseudo-genocide playthrough. I mean, her design does give spoiled the Bob. The Bob does a lot. But you're freeing their soul. Are we? Anyway. As much as I'll wait. I'll wait till after Seer's dead. But I don't know if there's any unique dialogue. We are, bro. They're literally stuck in the state they died in. No, they're not. They're at peace. Shut up. Chat doesn't know what they're talking about. Look at Broken Vessel. You cleared its. You clearly freed its soul. That's different. It's one thing to be in purgatory. It's another thing to die at peace and to kind of chill here. I do not want to. How is it different? Shut up! They're not in true peace. It's an illusion. Shut up, chat! Anyway. Alright, chat. Do we have a least favorite? Because I am just going to... Technically, the genocide route wouldn't require you to do this. Because they're already dead. Well, no, you have to... You get Revik dialogue. Yeah. Kill Magnus, no. Maybe they're just fragments of them? That can be a way to view it. I'm going to hit you. Kill the mosquito. Fair enough. I'm just going to do this and I'll see if, Seer has anything to say about, you know, because of the mosquito. I'm sorry! I'm sorry! Ah! Seer, do you have anything to say about what I just did? I do not think she cares. Look, I was trying to jump and move away from Revik, and, you know, when you try to do that near an NPC, it usually doesn't end too well. Alright? Do you have anything to say about what I just did? Ah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ow! Ow! Why are you talking to them? Oh no, I'm getting out of here. Everything's fine, chat. The lore run's still happening. I will not lose 10 hours of progress and 4 days of streaming. And I will have this game beat by the time Silksong is released. Loser said the most down bad chatter here. I'm sorry. We're... Ow. What about it? Right. Holy Jesus. I'm just quitting out every time. Be the freaky you want to be. Hashtag, huh? Mods. What? Wait, I just thought about something to make this easier. We just got a charm to do that. Get out of here, Spore Shroom. The bugs within the glitter under my watch. Treat them with respect and you may remain. Raise your nail, okay. Contend with me. I like the way Revik has nothing to say about the actual genocide I'm embarking on. Where's my... Jesus. Cap. Absolutely not. We'll do this as many times as need be. And I don't even want to do this. I do not want to go on this genocide just for a line of dialogue, but the game leaves me no choice. All these likable NPCs and Kickstarter backers that I'm killing mercilessly. This is your fault, chat. Why did you say... Well, why did you tell me that I have to get all the dialogue in the game? Why did you say, unknown, you have to do a 112% lore run? You're almost dying. Okay, I press the button and nothing happens. What's chat saying? Almost dying is great background noise. Yeah, everything is my fault. See, chat admits it. They're already dead. No, they're not. That's what I'm saying. They're already dead. No, they're not. Chat doesn't know what they're talking about. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, alright? I don't even want to do this. Yeah, I'm not taking that chance. That was everyone. There, happy chat, I killed everyone. Chat is really filled with a bunch of monsters. You're like, unknown, you have to kill everything in there. We're not going to let you leave until you do. Are you even trying to dodge? No, I'll be honest. My hands are freezing, so I just do not... I physically cannot react the way I want to. It is like 40-something degrees outside. The glade has stilled. So quiet, yet I feel failure in this place. I once performed a task, but what was it? It's so hard to recall. Surely it was important. How did I forget such a thing? To protect. Was that my task? If so, who was I protecting? It's only you and me here. I'm drawing a big, frilly dress as you're dying over and over again. I feel bad for him. He needs to be free too. It's only you and me here. Look what you made me do, chat. Absolute monsters, all of you. All for a single line of dialogue. He was just being... Igris? We freed them. No, we didn't. We're ruthless murderers now, chat. Look at all the blood you put on my hands. Thanks. You guys suck. All for a line of dialogue. Horrible people, really. We are both ruthless. We are... Well... We are both ruthless. We are ruthful. Not. Sure, whatever you mean by that. I mean, not ruthless. Right. You're not stainless either. You are not stainless either. What are you talking about? I'm innocent. Yeah, I'm typing horribly today. Yeah, and you get on my case about, reading. What to do? I guess no, we don't have Crystal Dash. I will not make a difference. Some would call me a madman for what I am about to do. I didn't say anything about that today, broski. Right, but you were thinking it. Would there be anything? I'll see how far I can get without missing too many, like, ground pound spots and deep nest. I didn't say, broski, I said broskito, get it right. shut up, chat. Which way should we enter deepnest from? Because this way leads to a vessel fragment. Don't tell me to shut up. I'll tell chat to shut up however many times I damn well please. Which way go? I don't care because you're mean to me. Sag. Streamer mean to chat. A tale as old as time. Where's Mr. Mushroom again? I forget actually. At least tell me to shut up and not chat. Hollow outside didn't even do anything. They'll let bro catch strays? Fair enough. What? This is not the right path. I got lost. Oh, I forgot to... No warp path. This beef is between us only. Yeah, but you also have beef with several other people in chat, so... There's a common denominator here. This will be Hornet and Lace beef in Silksong, true. Lace says anything and the Hornet just goes, "Shut up, chat!" Please let Lace rage bait Hornet. That would actually be really funny. That would actually be really funny. But the game's been in development for 6 years, so I don't know if rage baiting was as popular when they started a lot of the story stuff. They would have had to have retroactively changed parts of the story to have that be a thing. You have no idea how much I want that. That's the problem. Mushroom Man is not here. And I still haven't talked to the hunter. I keep meaning to do that. And there's a bunch of places we have to go here. Rage baiting was popular. There's always been a thing, it just wasn't called rage baiting. That's fair, I guess. In theory, whatever. But I guess I'm more referring to the form it takes now. Not even like what it's called specifically, just the form it takes now. Or it seems like someone you could rage bait because she's so fucking mean to everyone. Yeah. But there's times where you just simply cannot blame her, let's be honest. When you got, people like Lace running around purposely starting beefs and stuff. Like, she went out of her way to fight Hornet, let's be honest. She didn't have to. She just chose to. I love mean women. Who said that? Did you hear that? Must have been the wind. Right, chat. That guy. That guy right there, officer. Officer, right there. Get him. Hornet also chose to fight you. Well, to be fair, there was an outcropping of random vessels that appear occasionally that were seemingly set on letting the radiance out. So, she's more justified in that than I think most would be willing to admit. Everyone just likes to latch on to the fact, well, she was killing vessels, guys. Yeah, but look at it from her perspective. It's her job to protect Hollow Nest, whatever's left of it, and then all of a sudden, a bunch of these weird void creatures just start showing up and trying desperately to open the seal. She fought Coral? Yeah, but he was also trying to do the same thing. So from Hornet's perspective, it's quiet for like millennia. All of a sudden, everyone and their mama is trying to let out the radiance. At least that's what it will look like from her perspective. Hornet save. Hornet is saved. She works minimum wage now. Right. Am I going the right direction? I don't even know. Hornet isn't hollow? No, she's not. Man, you were right. In the year 2025, people are still debating if Hornet is void. I can't believe this. Team Cherry, just tell us, please. End the debate. If you tell us, then there will no longer be any way to possibly question it. Shut up. You are not Waluigi. First bit of lore! Going in the right direction, 90% of Hollow Knight. Or am I going to the right? Strength in the shared self. Strength in the mind united. In every bug that would pass upon our road, only the... Sorry, I just saw something fly outside my window. Only the melancholy of disparity. Hive mind gang, true. So, obviously, there's the thing of, like, mushrooms and them being a hive mind of a sort, right? Even in real-world biology, they operate like a hive mind. And an efficient one, like... Fun fact, the subway tunnels and railways for Japan, do you want to know how they designed them? Okay, that's just an impassable barrier. People call them siblings, Hollow Knight, Little Knight, and Hornet. Yeah, they are siblings, but half-siblings. Their siblinghood is through their connection to the Pale King. And the Pale King did not make Hornet for void purposes. Like he made the vessels for. Hollow Knight and the Knight are full siblings, and Hornet and the other two are half-siblings, yes. What was I saying? Like, the subway system for Japan, the way they designed it is they got, like, fungus colonies and stuff, right? And mold colonies. And just any, like, fungal species, right? And they put it in a giant petri dish that was a map of Japan. And they put certain, food outcroppings in certain positions, right? And at first, they just spread out everywhere at random. Only for them to converge in a terrifyingly efficient route to get the food outcroppings. And that's how they designed the subway system for Japan. So yeah, hive minds for fungus colonies are terrifying. That's the takeaway. They deserve better. They should have started a band instead of trying to kill each other, true. They should have called it Hollow Knight and the Siblings. Everyone would have been happy. I'm trying to remember where the other ones are, because that was one. The Hollow Knight, or the Knight, Hornet, the Hollow Knight, and their insert number other siblings. Just having fun. Why not make it happen? Well, you see, the Pale King exists. Oh. We as one. We as one. We strong. We strong. We crush. Well, now I know I have to kill you 7 times. Fuck the king. Said every anarchist. That's what the white lady did. Oh, how you're so funny, chat. How the hell did Pale King hit that enough? Hit that though? Sorry. She's so big. He's so small. Don't think about it, chat. Just live in your bliss and ignorance. As the old adage goes, if there's a will, there is indeed a way. Wow. I think about what I want. About what I what, sorry. And then he corrected himself. About what I want. If there's a will, there's a way. Sounds like me. Yeah. I know. He's so real for liking women 3 times the size. Least down bad chatter. What? What? Oh, the spore particles. I forgot. The little trail. Ow. Here's another one. Least down bad chatter. Get some original material. You say the same thing every time. Well, if you keep proving me right. If you keep doing it enough for me to say it that often. Who's the real one at fault here? Warily shall we accept the will of the worm. It's, I'm gonna keep doing it. You can't stop my freak. Then don't complain when I say least down bad chatter if you're just going to keep proving me right. It's prescience shields us. Fate and future we shall entwine. So that's telling the history of why they agreed to put Pilgrim's Way here. Okay, whatever, man. Right, chat. Ah! You need to read a whole vocabulary, you need to read a whole vocabulary someday. Dictionary. Bro forgot dictionary. Trust me, I do that on my own. Like I said, the average person's actually very not fluent in their own language, and they do not realize it. So I try to add things to my vocabulary frequently. I'm trying to think of where there will be other lore bits like that. I think there's one up there in that one road we cannot go down. There's obviously one in the fungal core. We need to find that weird grandma lady thing. Mushroom. Is brother here yet? No. Get out the way. Matter of fact, I'm killing you for the soul. Oh, my control battery's low. Oh, shit. Ooh, that is concerning. Accidentally rolled over my, charging cable. It looks a fair bit bent up now. Well, wish me luck on this. We're good, chat. I can't believe you like Transformers, but don't listen to Linkin Park. I was a Transformers fan before the movies. The only Transformers fans who also actively listen to Linkin Park are the ones who grew up on the movies, man. Like I said, I grew up on the original cartoon. Well before Linkin Park had any influence on Transformers. If you don't listen to Linkin Park, what do you even listen to? I don't know, the Hollow Knight OST. The original Transformers movie OST. Which, I like the movie OSTs, like the live-action movie OSTs, don't get me wrong. But just take 5 pieces of the soundtrack from the original 86 movie, and it puts the entire soundtrack for all those movies combined to shame. and that's not even saying that those movies have a bad OST. They don't. That's just that's how good that movie's OST is. And that's why it's my favorite movie of all time. I never watched the live action movies. I still like Linkin Park and Transformers. Talk about Linkin Park like they're not an insanely popular band. The more I said that backwards. The more music you listen to, from my experience, and I talked to a friend of mine who's a big music buff, especially for like a lot of rock bands. The way he described it is, I listen to Linkin Park because of the meme. So the more, from my experience, the more like varied your palette is in terms of like music, the less you listen to bands like Linkin Park. Because, it's like you said, they're very popular. Meaning to somebody who wants to get more like serious about like being a music buff, if you will, like a music connoisseur, or would prefer, you suck. At least you died. Or you know, like someone like a gourmand for music, if you will. They will try to avoid just like the big popular names and try to get into more like very specific bands or more niche bands to expand their palette and by extension expand their taste in music. You're telling me someone who likes a variety of music can't listen to popular bands? No, I'm not saying that. I listen to a variety of music and listen to a fair few popular bands. It's still good music, yeah. But I'm just speaking for like the experience of like if I was to view it from the lens of like the average music critic, Linkin Park might not be as good as you would think. Even though I like at least the songs in the movies. I have never seen a single person who listens to Linkin Park for the memes. Who the hell are you talking to? Trust me, more than you would think. The average person doesn't realize how small their bubble is until they've talked to people. There'll be a lot of people who speak to people who are in their bubble, and they'll be like, oh yeah, I love Linkin Park. And then they talk to someone outside their bubble, and they'll be like, oh yeah, it's alright. Or I know people who listen to it for the memes, and they'll be like, what? So yeah, at that point, it's just expand your bubble more, and you'll be shocked about the opinions you'll hear. Listen to In the End a lot. There was a green text about a dude who listened to it. Who listened to In the End 64,000 times. That song is awesome regardless. Yeah. This border bounds the twisting, stretching things. Or scratching things, sorry. Their dead sire. Once of honored caste, their sealed mother, but the common beast, no peace with them we make. So they're talking about Deepnest and how it was hostile to everything. I'm sorry, how do you listen to music for the memes? You either listen to them or not. You have to like it if you listen to it. Right? Here's the thing. And I guess that's an ironic thing about, one thing I do, to some measure, disagree with my friend about, is a lot of people do not realize just how truly subjective their opinion and taste is on music. And how, for example, even your opinion can be viewed in that fashion. How a lot of people genuinely don't think about that, and how it is objectively, the only objective, truth about, music is that it is the most subjective art form because you have nothing but your ears to go off of. There's nothing else. You can't feel music, you can't look at music, you can't do anything else with it. I'm not saying people can't dislike Linkin Park, dude. Can I say 46K? But probably 1K for sure. I don't understand how listening to a band for the memes even works. It's a subjectivity thing. Like, you would have a hard time understanding it, while other people would say that that sense makes inherent sense. It's just because of the subjectivity of... Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Apparently these guys do respawn. You're just saying BS at this point. Still subjectivity. unironically, the more you say stuff like that, it only proves my point. Because I know people who, example, who will say Linkin Park is utter garbage, and they'll never really cite any genuine criticism or reasoning as to why. They'll just say it is. Or the people who say the opposite, and they'll never give you a genuine reason why. Just because, once again, music is such a subjective art form that to try and confine the general just facet of music into a box, it doesn't work. So to say, I don't understand how people can listen to music for the memes, that is a thing, whether you believe it or not. Like, think about how many songs that are affixed to memes that people listen to over and over again, purely because of that meme. Well, that one live in the end performance where Castor steps down from the stage to sing to a woman in a wheelchair, the way he sings it in that specific concert is so beautiful for some reason. I'm not familiar overtly with Linkin Park's activities, so I wouldn't be able to comment on that. You're gravely misunderstanding what I'm saying about right now, but whatever. You just pronounce, I was probably speaking fast, so I'll sound like Castor instead of Chester. But if I'm misunderstanding about something you're saying, then enlighten me. What am I misunderstanding? Because even still, I think the subjectivity argument still holds true in that facet. Why am I going from this entrance? I just thought about what I was doing. Oh yeah, I was looking for lore bits. God damn it. And also a suggestive. I listen to music, and the less I understand it, the more I enjoy it. I think that's also a very, that's a new one. No, I hear that opinion a lot. In fact, I have a similar opinion about certain, for example, like, pieces of music in other languages. I think, like, for example, the average English speaker enjoys a lot of Japanese songs a lot more without understanding the actual meaning. Because a lot of mega popular Japanese songs are mega depressing. A lot of, like, the big names, at the very least. For certain songs, yeah. Unless people like it more when they understand it. There's people where they have to understand the innate, intrinsic meaning of a song to understand it more. Otherwise, it will just be unironic audio garbage, or audio dribble to them. That's why there's a lot of people who have an adamant distaste for, like, death metal, because it's just sound to them at a certain point. Well, would a depressing song make it bad? No, it's just for some people, they prefer not to understand it, and I've heard this opinion a lot. Like I said, you just have to expand your bubble when it comes to certain things like this, because of how subjective the medium of music is. There's so many different opinions about things you would never even think to have yourself unless you talk to certain people. But like I said, I've heard from a number of people who listen to a lot of very popular Japanese songs, but when you go into the translations of what those songs were made for and what their meanings are, and things of that nature, they are overtly depressing. They were made during, like, a time in the artist's life where they were, like, on the verge of suicide, for example. But to a lot of people, they would prefer not to understand that facet of it, and they would prefer not to learn the language and listen to it in blissful ignorance without truly understanding the meaning. So that way it does not detract from their enjoyment of it. In the end, it's not very difficult to understand. The lyrics are pretty obvious, Linkin Park as a whole. Yeah, Linkin Park is an example of a band that wears, like, the meaning of its songs on its sleeve. It's not trying to be subtle about it. But then there's others that the whole purpose of the song is to be subtle, is to make the person question things. You can interpret it in different ways. Yeah. So there's a variety of people who, when it comes to music, they like to... I guess, no, I just remembered a Hollow Knight review. I was speaking about the music of the game. And this is one of the few times where I think I've heard an opinion in relation to music that was just objectively wrong. So, this guy, he made a review for Hollow Knight. And he said, and I quote, "The music for Hollow Knight does not fit the setting for Hollow Knight." which I do not think I need to explain why that sentence is inherently stupid, but the argument the guy was attempting to make is, I don't know, I just do not feel like the music meshes well. Like, he even made like a follow-up defense video talking about it. Like, the entirety of his review was at best disingenuous. He made a variety of arguments against Hollow Knight that just were actively painting the game in a light that it just objectively wasn't. Like, he tried to paint the game as like, all the game is like a series of dark corridors with copy-pasted assets, when if you look at any one area of the game, even if you are in the same, even if you are in, like, for example, like fungal wastes, the way a lot of these mushrooms, even in the background are placed, are inherently unique to each of the respective rooms, even if it is a quote, copy-pasted asset. But he was like, oh, what's the difference between Ancient Basin, the Abyss, and deepnest? Well, for one, deepnest, everything's trying to kill you. It has a distinct look to it. Dark corridors, White Palace. Yeah. And then he was like, well, what's the difference between Ancient Basin and the Abyss? Well, for one, the Abyss is such a different area compared to literally every other part of the game. It's hard to compare it to other places. The only places you can compare it to are like Ancient Basin, because it serves as the entrance to it. But once you step into the Abyss, it has almost nothing in common with Ancient Basin. Almost nothing. When you look at a lot of like the design details and the way they chose to design the Abyss versus the Ancient Basin, it is plainly obvious that these are two completely different environments and just set pieces and settings. But he was also using Hollow Knight as a way to. He was bashing Hollow Knight, right? But at the same time, he was also using it as a way to glaze Super Metroid, which Metroid and those games I love. They're genuinely like really good game franchise, right? But he was saying, look at Metroid, all these different areas are so distinct and different from each other. But it's like, yeah, but even in those areas, there's very little variety in a visual sense due to the technological limitations. And there's one area in the game that's an underwater section, and I remember, for the most part, I've watched several playthroughs of Super Metroid. One of my favorite streamers I like to watch does randomizers and speedruns for the game. And that area, primarily, there's very little visual distinction. Whereas I can think of multiple distinct portions of a lot of the places that guy even used as comparisons. So, oh, they're just dark hallways with copy-pasted assets. There's very little visual distinction in a lot of places for that one area I'm thinking of, that one underwater area for Super Metroid. And then he compared Metroid music to Hollow Knight, and so, oh yeah, the music, they did a phenomenal job for the music for Metroid, but the music for Hollow Knight just does not make sense, and I do not have to tell you how objectively wrong of opinion that is, because that would imply that you have a better understanding of what music best fits the game than the own creators, than the very creators of the game. Kudos to you for bowing to the Mantis Lords again. It's an honor-bound thing. This place gives me the creeps. The various little creatures burst out all over the place. The passages are dark, twisting mazes. Unless you're prepared, I urge you to leave. Though, if you're feeling strong enough to descend, would you like to buy my map? The fact that Cornifer got anywhere far in this place is astonishing. The ladies are, you ladies are right. Ow. I try to be fancy. I still try to be fancy. we thinking? I try to be, fast and use that to pogo upwards, but to no avail. I may have shaken a lot of the rust off, but not... until I do White Palace, I'd have a hard time saying that my, parkour prowess is as good as it should be. Alright, I got the map from Cornifer. I'm going to, drop down from above. But yeah, the point, the whole reason I even brought up that guy is to show just how hard you have to try to have a wrong opinion, or like a subjective opinion in regards to music. The Mothwing Cloak kind of makes it look like you're farting really fast. Right, chat. Thank you. Thank you for that, chat. Thank you. Oh wait, no, we can't. We need Mothwing Cloak. Because we have to go through the fungal cord and then drop down. Okay. I think I just wasted my time. I guess I can still drop down from above. Am I wrong? I cannot say I agree with you, at the very least. Oh yeah, can we climb up here now? We have a Mantis Claw. No. Is the damn mushroom man here? No. Damn, missed it. Still missed it. You know what? I'm going to stop rushing, because that will get me killed, and I want to be full health by the time I get into Deepnest. Okay, that was interesting. Do you play Minecraft? It's funny you should I had a copy. An old PS4 Bedrock copy of, Minecraft. That I even played as recently a year ago on my PS5. But, you know, since the game has changed a lot. But, unfortunately, I can no longer play Minecraft because it was stolen. Worst part about it is it was stolen by someone who I thought I could trust. Like physical disc. Like I did not own the game digitally. Look, everyone's favorite part about Deepnest. You cannot stand anywhere without enemies randomly bursting out of the ground. But yeah, I am no longer in the capabilities to play Minecraft because I no longer have the physical copy that I had before. And now we have a way in and out of Deepnest easily from here. Jesus Christ almighty. Oh my god, I forgot how much I hate this place. 3! 4! This place sucks. Holy Jesus, You see why every other part of Hollowness decided screw Deepnest. These guys suck. You see why? the fungus literally was like, yeah, those guys suck. Yeah, no ifs, ands, or buts about that. The mantises were like, yeah, we'll defend the fungal waste and stuff from them. The Pale King tried and he failed. Weavers. What's left of their children, at least. Dirt cravers. Or carvers, sorry. No, I'm gonna call them cravers, just because look at them. Your name is now Craver. Wait. It's not Carver, because R would have to be in front of the A, right? No, it is Carvers. But you're now called Cravers. Swarming predators of deepness, burrowing through the ground and burst out to surprise prey. Deep hunter, crawling along the walls and roof, spitting burning venom at anything that passes by. In other words, this place sucks, and we are already given multiple... Jesus! Multiple paths of progression. It's going to make it hard to... Look, they're in the... They don't even... They try to get you so bad, they don't even get out the floor correctly. This is horrible. I forgot how much I hate this place. Man, maybe Rural Waterways isn't that bad. I forgot how bad this place was. No wonder I'd never finished the original run I did. Because I ended it, I was in Deepnest. Bro's being rage baited by a Hollow Knight air. If you're gonna tell me anyone has fun with this place, you're... I can't half walk around right without getting attacked. Halt sunk. Oh my god. Halt sunk. Where does the comment? Brother, please! Let me read my chat! YouTube's filtering the ever-living crap out of the chat for some reason. If I did not have the reactions I did, I would have had to have fallen all the way down there. To then crawl all the way... No, no, I'm just going to leave. Go away. I can't even enter row! I said, where's the damn comment? How about you clean out your ears? Buddy. Brody Odie, please. I'm just going to move. I can't even do... I need to kill these things for the journal entry. That's what sucks. How many more? 13. The fact that I've been here for like 5 minutes, I already like more than halfway done to get into journal entry is sick. You said, where's the comment? Where does the... No. You have to keep in mind, I do suffer from somewhat of a speech impairment. I know what I said. Either a combination of my word slurring and you mishearing. See? It happened there too. Led you to interpret it. I said hope silksong has an area like Deepnest. I hope to God it doesn't. A place no one likes. Don't doubt my ears. I'll doubt them because I know damn well and good what I said. I don't even know where to go from here. Like, I can't see my map. And the way they just decide to disappear. Oh, look, I wonder. grub mimic assumes the shape of a harmless creature to lure in prey. Kill. Other. Kill. A fully charged cyclone slash. Is this one? That's the real one. Home. 3 mimics back to back. These are also some of the only mimics in the entire game. The only other one is in Crystal Peaks, and I think one in Ancient Basin. But the vast majority of them are here in Deepnest. Is that not lovely? Did I kill you? Lord. Oh my god. I can't go anywhere. Thank you. Eat when? Pain. Yes, this place is pain. Hunger. Or hungry. Spent all that time getting full soul and full health, only for some random bug to explode out the ground and get rid of it immediately. Look at this. I guess one thing I had to give Team Cherry credit on is their goal was to make an area that felt like it was trying to kill you at every waking possible moment. They beyond succeeded. Because half of the things that are trying to kill you in this place have negative, not even zero, negative right, being as hostile as they are. Did you see how high that thing jumped? Oh, I think Max is gonna hate this part of the game. Oh, he'll hate this part. Okay, that's that entrance. And then this is, yeah. This place is stressing you out. It's not even that I would say it's stressing me. I get more aggravated by Deepnest than I get, like, afraid or stressed out or anything like that. Because one thing about me is if you want a good way to get me angry, make me feel as though my time is being wasted. And having enemies that randomly pop up out the ground every time I'm trying to check my map, that slows down my progress because I then have to exit out my map and attack these guys and stop them from killing me. It just gets really aggravating at a certain point. Alright, drawing the dress, it feels like the B point in the movie. Like, one plot the characters are having while the other... Yeah, I guess. Oh, great, there's still one of you around. And you decided to disappear. Lovely. Oh, that's going down there. What happened to my jump? Okay. I already got your journal entry, please. Please, just stop. Have you watched One Punch Man? No. A lot of, like, the big name animes you can think of, outside of a handful, I probably have not watched. For some reason, it's just very hard for me to sit down and watch anime. I do not even inherently dislike the medium. A lot of my favorite pieces of media that I've ever seen, point blank, period, have been anime. Like, Ava is a good example. I'll go as far as say it's one of my I know it's definitely my top 10, top 5 favorite animes of all time. Yeah, I've watched all the movies. I watched the entirety of Ava. That's how much I liked it. But I could also probably say, like, Ava Gale is probably one of my favorite shows of all time. Well, End of Ava, I could probably healthfully say that it is one of my favorite movies of all time. I mean, do you like anime movies? Not Ava. Yeah, a lot of the anime movies I've seen I've liked. I've had no reason to dislike them anyway. But for some reason it's just very difficult for me to sit down and watch anime. Like, a lot of the brand names, if you will, the more popular options you could think of. My Hero, Tokyo Revengers, Attack on Titan, what else? What's like another really popular one? You like 90s anime? Even like a lot of the classic 90s anime or early 2000s anime, like the only exception I could think would be like Pokemon and Dragon Ball. But those are just so general, like, at a certain point, I think if you ask the average weeb if you could even consider things like Dragon Ball or Pokemon and like a true by itself anime without its Western influence, I think they would have a hard time saying that it can be considered a general anime anymore. The popular ones are boring. Tried watching Attack on Titan once because Turks are obsessed with it. It was painfully boring. I hate seeing the 6 animes in every store I see. It's not even that I'll say like the popular ones are boring. It's just it's always shonen though, or it's always shonen enough. It's not even that I find them boring. It's just for the general medium of anime, I have a very hard time sitting down and just watching, and I have no idea why that is. I could not give you a tangible, like, sensible reason. Like, there was a point where I could almost on one hand count how many animes I've actually watched to completion. Now it's more of like I can barely count on both hands how many I've watched. That's why I ask movies, because movies are shorter. In terms of like anime movies, outside of like the Ava ones, I have not seen that many, unfortunately. I think I might be cooked. Unless I find a way back through. I should have went through fungal wastes. Okay. Alright, we have to go back up and around because there's stuff over there I need to get. What about Breaking Bad? I have not watched Breaking Bad yet, have not had the time. Definitely do not have it now because I'm trying to do a very fast marathon of Hollow Knight in preparation for Silksong.
Have you seen Ghibli movies? You've seen Ghibli movies, right? Everyone see it.
I might have when I was very young, a long time ago. Or not very young, but young. But I have no memory. I remember seeing, like, trailers for, like, what's it? The Wandering Castle, right? Or at least promotionals. I cannot take a... over here. Howl's Moving Castle. Yeah, I've seen... I know for a fact I've seen promotional material for that movie. And, obviously, in, like, the more I got into, like, the anime medium, the more I hear names like, My Good Neighbor, Totoro, and things like that. But, I'd have a hard time, like, properly remembering if I watched a Ghibli movie to completion. Not, once again, not even out of, like, an inherent dislike for it, it's just I just have a really hard time sitting down and watching most forms of anime. Even for pieces of media I like. Like, there's a few, pieces of media that I, would regard as, like, my favorite things ever that have anime. Like, Transformers has a lot of animes. But I'd be hard-pressed to say I've watched most of them to completion. If at all. So.
Valley of the Winds is the best Ghibli movie in my opinion. Transformers animes aren't very good in my opinion.
Here's the thing. I think it's divisive. For a lot of people, it's either they love them or they, do not find them very good for a variety of reasons. Like, Armada sucks, except for Starscream. I would not say Armada sucks. There's too many good things in Armada, writing and character-wise. Like, the dynamic between Optimus and Megatron in that show is one of the best we've seen in the entirety of the franchise's history. And then how, it gave us the most direct addressal of the abusive relationship that Megatron and Starscream have. Armada's extremely boring. Yeah, I can understand that opinion. But for me, I cannot hold it in any overtly negative regards because of how many good things there are in that show. And once again, going back to what I was about to say, like, the Armada was the first Transformers show really to directly give in a form of acknowledgement or address about the heavily abusive relationship that Megatron and Starscream had. At least it's one of the earliest proper instances of it, before later media tried to more directly address it. At least in show format. Comics is its own thing. It's generally one of the most boring shows I've seen. Starscream isn't really Starscream in that show, though. There's that, too. I'd even disagree with that. It's not even so much, Earthspark almost had it, ruined it. Earthspark, I've heard a lot... I've watched the first season of Earthspark, and I've heard a lot of people praise that show, and at a certain point, I will have to say I do not understand the reasoning. Don't get me wrong, there was good stuff in Earthspark. They'll watch the rest. Yeah, here's the thing, I do think if I want to have, like, a true, proper opinion of Earthspark, and be able to properly criticize it and, you know, not have someone deflect my opinion online, being like, oh, well, you didn't finish the show, so you're a bit shut up. Here's the thing. Ignoring all the Generation 1 continuity plot holes, trust me, there's a myriad. The amount of issues that show had is so innumerable. For one, the writing consistency. That show's writing consistency was so horrific, to the point where it would flip-flop constantly from having amazingly written characters to having horribly written characters to having amazingly written characters turn into horribly written characters. And it is so back and forth, like it felt like you're being yanked back and forth. That's how jarring it was. That's one major issue the show has. Another one is just having not very likable main characters, outside of one or two. Like, what are they called? Is it like, the Maltos? The only likable characters for the Maltos are any, like, the human characters like that, or, the parents. And then the one, like security agent guy, whatever his name was, they're the only likable human characters. And the Terrans as a concept, I just do not agree with. Every single form of cyberforming we've ever seen, even going as far back as G1 continuity, has never had a single variation of Cybertronian where Energon is not integral to their survival, because that's just not how it works.
So, the Starscream abuse thing, they almost had it before ruining it. I don't like the Terrans. I only like Nightshade out of all of them.
I don't even like Nightshade, because Nightshade, they have so much, literally only tolerable Terran. For me, the only tolerable Terran is Twitch, because they actually did what they advertised, like, the Terran's purpose was, which was to have, quote, Cybertronians learning how to be Cybertronian, which at a certain point, even if you look at it from both a biological point of view or a mechanical point of view, what did you not like, or what did Nightshade do to you? It's not anything they did, it's what the writers did. But Twitch was the only Terran that actually had to, learn how to be a Cybertronian, quote. You can't even put Thrash in that boat, because Thrash's writing is so horrific. I can't, that's my most hated character. I can't stand Thrash. Because in an episode about accountability, they somehow have Thrash avoid accountability. Which, once again, the writing in the show's abysmal. But Twitch was my favorite Terran because they show her failing multiple times, and they show the actions of her consequences having tangible, lasting effects that were not forgotten for the duration of the show, right? At least if you remember, or you pay attention at the very least to what little abysmal writing there is, or what little tolerable writing there is, I should say, sorry, compared to the rest of the abysmal writing. But a lot of the things that Twitch did that could be viewed as like a more negative in terms of like a outcome for the rest of like her siblings or whatever, they had lasting ramifications behind them. They weren't just forgot the next episode. Like, for example, once again, Thrash, in an episode where they're trying to teach kids about accountability, he got away with not having to be accountable for the actions of his consequences. And then there's characters like Hashtag, which are nothing burger characters in all honesty. She's just there. And then there's characters like Jawbreaker, for out of all the Terrans, right? Who I genuinely believe was supposed to be a stand-in for like a form of robot autism. At least that's when you look at what the character is and what a lot of the character does, and how he has a very hard time communicating, and the stuff with him having a hard time getting in alt mode, right? But at the very least, it was like they were trying to imply that Jawbreaker had some kind of form of robot autism, at the very least. Oh, we're here. I know where I am now. So I'm just gonna explore the rest of this. But they do nothing with it. That's another problem. A lot of plot lines or possible plot lines that they have for the show, they just do nothing with. They'll imply something and then just forget it exists. Like, the stuff with Skywarp and Sunstorm, how they're having a conversation talking about if there's any point to Decepticonism anymore, because Megatron's gone, or not gone, but you know, he's basically defected to the Autobots, which that version of Megatron will never do if you go by the G1 continuity. Which, once again, most of the show's problems are not even about the G1 continuity plot holes and mischaracterizations of existing characters, but just when you look at like a lot of things like that, like the whole thing with Soundwave, how they're implying that he was going to do a massive prison break and break out all the imprisoned Decepticons, guess what? They do nothing with it, and they turn my goat Soundwave into a joke character. And there's all these varying issues with the show that a lot of people who I've seen praise it or defend it just blatantly ignore. They just ignore all these issues the show has. Now I will give them, when a lot of the Soundwave build in Earthspark was diabolical, in my opinion. In what way? Like a positive way or a negative way? Because it's actually, why did they give him a waist like that? Well, you're just down bad. It's actually one of my favorite designs for him that they've done in recent history. especially the head, but in a freaky way. Right. Anyway, no, but look, like I think it's one of the best, most peak Soundwave designs we've gotten in years. Unironically. But they ruin it because they turn him into a joke character. I knew I did miss something. Okay, sorry, just navigating this place sucks, and I'm watching these things crawl up after me on the walls and Jesus. His thighs are insane. I mean, not really. In a lot of the fan arts that I've seen of that design, yeah, well, I will give you, they make it more snatched than it actually is. But when you look at the design in of itself, it's a genuinely really good design. His mask is cool, yes. What about Edge Runner? I have not seen Edge Runner. I had that design as my profile pick for at the very least several months. I am very familiar with it. It is not as bad. I think you might be misremembering it somewhat. Or you might be Mandela affecting yourself because, like I said, a lot of the fan arts exaggerate it worse than it actually is. Where am I going? I'm trying to find a way out. God, I can't stand deepnest. And I'm getting attacked. Wow, that mask I just healed, gone immediately. Fuck this place. No, I literally have a picture of him right here. I guess at that point is a difference of opinion. His waist is small as hell. I'm literally looking at it right now. I suppose. But either way, when you look at the way they introduce Soundwave, the voice peak, the design peak, the characterization peak, his intentions and his mission peak, all of it peak, and they throw it in the garbage immediately. You're saying that because you love him? I do have a bias towards Soundwave, but even so, I do think it's just one of the better Soundwave designs we've gotten in actual years. You don't want me getting freaky over him. This is true, but that's more just because I've noticed that a lot of the younger generation, when it comes to like Transformers fans, they're very down bad. And they like to do a lot of freaky stuff with the characters. And just in writing, and they just completely mischaracterize a lot of them for their fanfiction purposes, and I generally and genuinely despise that. But even still, I guess I do have a Soundwave bias, I cannot deny that, so that would skew my opinion about his design to be more positive. Even for the designs that can be considered bad, I will try to find a positive in it. But for Earthspark Soundwave, it is just peak Soundwave design in my opinion.
It's been a thing since forever. Not everyone's a good writer that this bound.
No, I mean just like it's been. Yeah, sure, stuff like that always exists when it comes to like a lot of like pieces of media. But for Transformers, I noticed in recent years it's been getting especially obscene with like the stuff you see. Like one of the few reasons I even use Twitter is to look up like Soundwave fan art for like profile pictures and stuff, right? But half of it is literally like the most horny, down bad shit you can imagine, and a mischaracterization of the character in totality. And then I like read like the comments on the thing. It's like, oh, this is so canon. Yeah, like Soundwave would do this. No, shut up. You're just down bad, and you're looking for like someone else to spread your schizophrenic delusions with.
They'll even pretend like being freaky about Roblox is a new thing.
Yeah, no, I know it's not a new thing, but for Transformers, especially for certain characters, it's just been getting especially bad. Like, a lot of people are obsessed with shipping Optimus Prime and Megatron constantly, even though I should not even have to explain why that's a blatant mischaracterization. The amount of storylines that some of the best storylines in all of Transformers is about the hatred that Optimus and Megatron have for each other. Called Megoth, get it right? No, I'm not going to pay an ounce of respect to that abomination. Look, it's Nosk. Because once again, it blatantly mischaracterizes the characters in such a horrific way just for flagrant horniness. Ask most writers and all of them will say the exact same thing about the issue. How you take these characters and put them in completely unrealistic, not sensible whatsoever sexual situations just for your fantasies. Normally, I don't care about it enough to really make this much of a stink over it, but for Transformers, especially since a lot of the characters I model my morals after, like Optimus Prime, and just the beacon of light that Optimus is, when I see how like a lot of fanfic writers, they're like half wrong, half right. Yeah, I guess I can see why you'd say that. Because at the end of the day, ow. I tried jumping too. I remembered that happened right as I stepped on it, but that's largely just my opinion. I really don't like the shipping stuff for Transformers especially, because of just how... It's one thing to mischaracterize a character to fit your, you know, your fan fiction narrative. It's another thing to horrifically mischaracterize them and pair them with a character they famously hate. Just for your fantasy. Just so you can have your yaoi fanfiction. And this actually loops all the way back around to the conversation we were having about, Transformers Armada. How... Oh, shit. Well... Unless I have a bench. Coral's not here. Why should they care about keeping them in character, though? It's not like they're, writing, a show or anything like that. Yeah, I guess that is an appeal for fanfiction. It's just... I guess that for me it's like more of like a opinion thing at that point. Because you know how there's like a lot of people who get the ick when certain things, they see certain things or they hear certain things or whatever. I guess that would be my equivalent of the ick. Corpse of a great, I'm not sure how to pronounce this enemy's name. I'm not even gonna bother. Well, let them do whatever they want. Your problem is the pro shippers. Yeah, I guess my problem isn't so much the people who do it for their own amusement. It's just, I see I guess I did misword it, but I did also say it at the same time. You see so many people who do, Garp, thank you. Giant burrower, sorry, got tongue-tied, covered in thick shell plates, tirelessly travels the tunnels of the deepnest. Monstrously strong. They shrug off any attack you make on their thickly? That's a word? Their thickly armored bodies. Luckily, if you simply avoid their paths, they'll leave you alone. Alright, that's a secret Hunter's Mark entry, technically. What was I saying? Oh yeah, you see so many of these people when they get into shipping stuff, they'll talk about how like oh, canonically this character is this way. What? No, that's just that's the way you interpreted it. Or like they'll say that certain characters are in a relationship, and if you try to like be like, are they? They'll get hyper defensive about it. They'll say how you're all these like horrible things. They'll say how you're a horrible person and all this stuff, even though you're just directly calling out. I was like, I don't think that's what the writers intended for, you know, whatever character, right? So people spend too much time hating on shippers while we should gang up on the real enemy, pro shippers. Yeah, it's like, for shippers and of themselves, I don't inherently have a problem with them, because a lot of the ones that, I guess not talk to, I have a hard time saying I've spoken with shippers. I think you're exaggerating a bit. You've been in many I've been in many fandoms in shipping spaces. Yeah, but at the same time, so have I, unironically. I've been to a lot of fandoms and places unintentionally, like Transformers. When I was growing up, a lot of that stuff did not exist, and Star Wars as well, I'd say. But, what's another good example? I guess, maybe like, Pokemon, Dragon Ball, if you could count those. But in a lot of those spaces, I've had experiences. It's always existed. Yeah, you can say that, but to say that implies that it's not just always existed, but been, like, it has always existed, or how do I say it? When you phrase it like that, and I'm not saying this is how you're phrasing it, when you phrase it like that, it makes it sound like it has always existed and has also always been to this scope, which, no, it hasn't.
Some people pretend like Megop is new. I've seen Megop fan art for years, from the year I was born in. I have friends who are Megop shippers. The other perspective too, I guess.
Yeah, I can understand the philosophy because of writing tropes, like, you know, enemies to lovers and stuff. But at a certain point, it's like, especially because of how young the demographic is, a lot of the times from my experience, it gets sexual fast. Like, unironically, the younger the demographic gets for it, for whatever reason, I could not tell you why. But even for, like, a lot of more tame stuff, it does still delve into that territory, even if by a little. I hate navigating this part, because
it's so easy to get lost.
And, like I said, just any romantic situation between Optimus and Megatron, even if you factor in, like, the new, I guess, burst of life it's gotten. Yeah, not always, but at the same time, I think a lot of people have to acknowledge that if we're going to say that a large portion of it, or if not a portion of it, isn't primarily about, like, the sexual element that a lot of that shipping stuff has, I think most people would be, at the very least, what's the word? Naive. At the very least, they would be somewhat naive.
I'm not seeing complete, no, I've seen completely innocent works. But yeah, if you're on Twitter with a profile that states that minors shouldn't interact, that shouldn't be a problem, because there's a lot of
adult TFS. Oh yeah, I know that much. Obviously, the franchise is like 40 years old. But even with, like, a lot of, like, the older audience, right, that can still be a thing. I guess, at a certain point, it's like, it can be like a conjecture perspective point of view. Like I said, I just heavily disagree with it, because when you look at, like, what a lot of these characters stand for, and you look at the way they've been characterized and stuff, to then just take them and put them in these completely unrealistic, romantic, fictional situations that, if you think about it for any period of time, just would not happen, at a certain point you lose me.
I've been in many spaces and have drawn ship art myself. I feel like you have more of an outsider perspective on the Transformers fandom itself, obviously. Outside of, hold on, let me make sure I'm reading this correctly so I understand it properly. I feel like you have more of an outside perspective, not of the Transformers fandom itself, obviously, but of shipping as a whole. Yeah, sorry.
I like the way it said, let me make sure I'm understanding this correctly, and yet you still have the audacity to say, please read it correctly. I guess I do, to some measure, have an outside perspective on shipping as a whole, but at the same time, I do not think I would need to dabble in shipping to form an opinion on it. And like I said, this also ties back to the conversation we had earlier with music, how a lot of people do not realize how small the bubble they're in is until they speak with someone who has a wildly different opinion than them.
It's fine to disagree, but there's people that just start hating on the comments. Like, one, just block and move on. You interact with it and work with it. Or if you interact with it, more works like it will show up. That's how the internet works. Yeah, that's true. You don't have to. I was just saying. I've seen so many people who have the same opinion as you. There's so many people. There's so many of these people in every fandom.
But that's the thing. That just further hammers home my point, because both sides to some extent try to stay to their side of the fence, and they do not realize how small their bubble is. Because even though I have a more open view of it, like, I don't hate shipping. It's just when it gets to a specific point with specific characters, it's far too unrealistic for me to be like, okay, let me get this straight. You took Optimus Prime and Megatron, two characters who famously despise each other, and you have them making out against the wall. No shippers now, trust me.
Some people like to stay straight from canon because it's more fun that way. It's fun if you don't get the appeal.
I can understand the appeal, it's just I don't agree with it. It's as simple as that, and I think that might be a point of conjecture that both you and I are having in that regard.
Especially when the canon sucks. Like, that's how I see Beast
Machines. I guess when at that point then we start getting into more of like a wide variety, that's like opening a can of words, because if the canon, quote, sucks, at that point it's more of a disagreement of the canon than the canon itself sucking. Unless you use Beast Machines, which at that point is not so much of the canon sucking, it's just bad writing. And I guess just from my experience, like, I've had like some positive interactions with people who do like to dabble in shipping and stuff, right? But just at the same time, it gets far too realistic for me at a certain point to, I guess, understand the obsession that a lot of people would have with it, if that makes sense. How they'll then get it in their heads, oh, these interactions are so canon. And just in general, like, if you're, how do I put it? I guess both sides can be aware of the other's opinion, like, if you're anti-shipping or for shipping, or not pro-shipping, but just shipping in general, I should say, if you're anti-shipping or, like, you like to dabble in shipping as a hobby or whatever, at the end of the day, I think both sides, without realizing, do still stick to their bubbles. I guess even you and I right now are doing that to some extent without realizing it. Even though, admittedly, I'm trying to go out of my way not to do that. Both sides, without realizing it. You know what pro-shipping is, right? Yeah, I know what it is. People who go out of their way to, like, oh no, I know a way to describe it. The average My Hero fan, there you go. Look at that monstrosity down there. A parasitic beast that controls the body of its host after the host dies. But yeah, like, I'm very aware of what pro-shipping is, and I utterly despise it. How a lot of those people will go as far, in order to make their ship, quote, canon, they'll go as far as sending, like, death threats and stuff to the writers and stuff, and if you're that far in the hole, you just need help at that point. Don't lump them with normal shippers. Yeah, I don't. I'm aware of the difference. But I guess I'm also a purist in the sense, like, I don't lump, like, just shippers in with pro shippers, obviously. But at the same time, I heavily disagree with a lot of, I guess, the ships that shippers do engage in. Because I see it as inherently disrespectful to the character. And, obviously mischaracterizing the characters. Like I'm freaky, but ethically freaky. And that's another thing, actually, that brings up another interesting point. Oh, you'd hate my... Well, we're having a civil conversation about it. It's just people who try to paint their opinion as fact rather than conjecture or semantics. Like, even my opinion, even though I'd say there is some merit or backing or fact to a lot of stuff I'm saying, even my opinions, a lot of matter is subjective at the end of the day. I say now, I love ignoring canon sometimes. Yeah, and like I said, I can understand why people would do that. Because it's all for, like, the fun, the fiction, the fantasy of it, right? But there's just times where it's like I said, for Optimus example, right? He's my favorite Transformer ever, and he's also, like, I'll go as far as say my favorite fictional character of all time. So when I see people, like, even if it is just harmless shipping, if I see people shipping Optimus Prime with Megatron, I see it as inherently disrespectful to the character conceptually. When you look at everything Optimus Prime stands for, making him make out with the person who's literally the antithesis and opposite of everything he stands for, yeah, you're gonna have a hard time getting me to agree with you in that capacity. But I understand that. Your favorite character's having a popular ship you don't like as hell. Yeah. And that's another point that makes a further divide between people who, like, generally do not like shipping and people who even just dabble in it for fun. Because these people are doing something to your character that you literally, inherently, conceptually do not agree with. And to some extent, one could even describe it as they're inherently bastardizing the character to be something that it was never meant to be. Like I said, that's why a lot of writers, even if they do not like to admit it, they utterly despise shipping. Like an example, I can put my shoes in the I could put myself in the shoes of a writer to some extent, because of, even though I do not have any published works, I have two characters that I know for a fact probably would get shipped to hell and back, simply because of their personalities. But when you look at everything they stand for, look at what they're supposed to be and how they're supposed to be the antithesis of each other, if I saw people shipping them, I'd lose my mind. I'd absolutely lose it, because that's not what they're meant for.
People who can't tolerate shipping as a whole and try to be in a fandom space at the same time shouldn't be there. Even if I disagree with you, you should at least tolerate it.
It's not... Here's the thing, I'm not in a fandom space. For a lot of places I'm in, I actually far remove myself from the quote fandom space. And for Transformers, I think there's a disconnect. Like, if I can ask... I know I can understand if you just would prefer not to answer. But if I could ask, how old are you? I'm not talking specific about you. Oh, because every fandom is going to have it. You can't lace your life. You can't live your life like that. Yeah, that's true, but a lot of people... I turned 17 years... Well, there you go. You're very young. You're very young. You were not there before all this stuff. Because let's be honest, if you're implying that shipping existed for Transformers back in the 80s, when the primary of its audience was literal children, and it was a glorified toy commercial, the franchise is 40 years old. Are you Unkstad? Well, the entire purpose of my YouTube channel is to be as anonymous as possible. Like, I do not plan on revealing any facet of myself whatsoever. But just know, I am over the age of 18. And I've been around the block. I was alive well before the Bayverse films and stuff like that. a lot of this stuff did not exist way back in the day. So, you revealed that you suck at... You revealed that you suck at Hollow Knight, though. Yeah, have you done all of the Radiant Seals for all the bosses? Probably not. That's all I'm saying. But even still, if you're telling me that you're 17 and you're seeing all this stuff from around like the year you were born, then that 2006 definitely did
definitely did, to be honest. It wasn't as popular. I wouldn't even say that.
I have to figure out how to get to him. I don't remember. Oh yeah, I had to go around from the other side of the room. Sorry. But a lot of that stuff for shipping, for example, the earliest in, like, the first great shipping war, if you will, at least what a lot of, like, anime fans will, call one of the first great shipping wars, was started by Evangelion. The debate of, like, who's best girl, Asuka or Rei, right? And if you were feeling really spicy about it, you could throw Misato in there, right? But that was... Uh-oh. Hi, Cloth. This whole area swarms with deadly critters, biting, burning, scratching types. I had thought to test my strength against them. Now that bravado has left me, and all I feel is tired and sorrow. Who's best girl? And the characters are like 14. So, yeah, but that was late 90s. That was the late 90s, man. You gotta think, the internet didn't exist in the 80s, not the way it does now. Even in the 90s, it didn't exist that way. So shipping culture, even as a concept, even if it did kind of exist, it would have barely existed during the 80s, man. And a lot of that stuff would not have been in the US. So a lot of what you're talking about would have been international. And if it didn't exist in the US, it would have been microscopic in Japan. For Transformers. And another example that I can give for Transformers that would argue against that shipping stuff existing for it would be, do you know what Kiss Players is? And how it's universally hated by everyone in who's a Transformers fan, period? That's what I'm telling you. It still would have existed, even barely. But Kiss Players would have been an example of, like, that, quote, shipping culture, and everyone hated it. And at a certain point, you do have to acknowledge, like, for example, there's two white rhinos, to my knowledge, left in existence currently, and they're both female. Guess what? The species is extinct. Even if two still exist, because they can't reproduce, the species is dead and buried. That's what I would equate it to. You can only have a fandom, you can only have, like, a sect of something with, like, you can only have something with so many people, right? Like, you need a certain amount of people to reproduce. Like you need a specific, amount of people to be able to reproduce properly, to be able to repopulate, at the very least, a small island without there being inbreeding problems. And that's what I would have likened it to during, like, the 80s. Was it Kiss Players, pedophilic? No, the guy, I don't even think that's what I think if I recall correctly, the guy who made it openly admitted, I just wanted to gross people out. I just wanted to make something as weird as possible just to, make as many, like, shock horror. It would have been, like, one of the earliest instances of, like, shock horror, if you will. But, for example, if you have, like, a group of 20 people who are all in their bubble shipping people in Transformers back in the 80s, I'd have a hard time calling that, like, a fandom. Or, like, a shipping, like, whatever, right? It's just 20 people versus what it is now. But at that point, that might be conjecture. It definitely is just my opinion. Wasn't it still pedophilic, though? Yeah, there's just some weird stuff in it in general. But as I understand, a large portion of, like, a large factor in what Kiss Players was shipping culture. Even if it was one of the earliest instances. And I'm telling you, it would have existed regardless. Yeah, and I guess my opinion on it is just how justified would its existence be? Because at that point, like, I think everyone can agree when it comes to like shipping culture and fandom, you need a certain amount of people. There needs to be like a large, like, even if they are small, there needs to be a large enough fan base of people that all of them just decided to come together and have fun with this one thing and do this one specific thing. But if we're talking, brother, back in the 80s, like I said, you probably have a more skewed opinion on it because you're young. But back in the that was a different time, man. That was a really different time. That stuff only really started to pop off and stuff and get close to what it is now. One person could do. I don't agree with that. At that point, that's just like literal. That's just imagination. Because I think a lot of people can agree shipping is a culture. You need a lot of people to then further permeate said culture. If it's just by yourself, it's like someone writing a novel. It's imagination regard. No, you don't understand what I'm saying. So let me put it like this: if there's one person who is shipping, would that then not be more akin to them just writing a own personal novel or something as to that, like, versus once again, what I think a lot of people would agree what shipping is now, which is a general culture. It's a sub offshoot of a lot of fan bases that specifically want to do this one thing and they create stories around it. Yeah, I'm telling you that you're telling me that the internet didn't exist the way it does back then.
And how would you know that people weren't then how would you know people weren't shipping characters?
I guess that's a fair assessment to say, but if we were to be honest, a lot of the ways that shipping further permeated and became as popular as it did was because of the internet. So during a time period where a lot of people did not even have access to a computer, it would be hard to even get the idea to do stuff like that, let alone spread it. So even so, it would work more towards my argument. Because here's the thing, like 17, I don't know if that still would have existed. Like back then, for video games and stuff, right? The way people figured out video games was not through online forums. It was through two means. For example, I'm going to use a really old example, Nintendo Power. Have you ever heard of that? The old Nintendo Power subscription. Where the game developers and stuff and the publishers themselves would tell you what the secrets are and where to find them and allude to other things like that. Or you had to talk to your friends on the playground. You had to talk to your friends like, bro, so I was playing Mortal Kombat and I saw this weird green guy and he showed up. And you said I had to like do like a tower all perfectly and stuff like that, and you're like, whoa! It was word of mouth back then, and because of how young the audience for Transformers was at the time, I heavily doubt, especially then, because brother, when I got into Transformers, watching like the '84, I was 5. I was 5 years old, man, when I watched the '80s, like. So a lot of the kids around that time were... This water temple sucks. Yeah, exactly. A lot of the kids were around that age. And even for the older ones, like, I have a few friends that talked about when they first watched, like, the '86 Transformers movie, right? The way Transformers was viewed was just a glorified toy commercial. A lot of people didn't really see it for the potential it had for character writing or potential story. They said, oh yeah, I saw that on the TV with the cartoons and stuff. And they make toys for them, right?
I generally understand. I generally understand what you're saying, but it could have still existed individually.
I don't know. And once you get into individual stuff, it like, for example, how do you have a cult with one person? That's an extreme example, but I think that hammers home the point.
I know there were guidebooks and stuff. I'm young but not ignorant. Chill. Fair enough. Could have still existed individually. Well, why wouldn't it? How would you know?
Just from speaking from my own personal experiences and talking with other people who grew up around that time, who were there around that time, and what was talked about in relation to Transformers around that time. And a lot of people don't remember another form of media that was around during that time period for Transformers was the comics, and they were violent. They were like really gritty and violent. They had very dark stories. So a lot of the focus and talk around that time was not even so much about like lighthearted stories, or I guess from my experience, and from a lot of people who I talked to in their experience, I never really heard the topic of shipping brought up around that time period specifically. That's why I highly doubt it existed. And like I said, because of how horrific the backlash to KISS players was, and how to this day it's universally hated, that makes me doubt it even further. So once you get in like the early 2010s and stuff, and like late 90s to early 2010s, I should have said, where the internet becomes more prolific, where a lot of these spaces, where a lot of these people then converge to create the shipping culture, that's when I would have, at that point, I would concede, yeah, it definitely existed at that point. But if you're going to try and tell me that it's possible it could have existed in the 80s, from my experience, from the people I grew up with, from my experience that I had with the franchise, from other people I've talked to, good friends, and you have a hard time convincing me, man.
You see shipping as something a community has to do instead of something someone doesn't.
But no, at a certain point, I will go as far as say, especially in recent years, there's a large community base behind it. Because why else would the term fandom be coined?
I'm just telling you, you can't know the perspective of everyone who watch.
I can make an educated guess. Yeah, you're right. I cannot say the perspective of absolutely every single person who watched it, but at a certain point, I can make an educated guess based off a lot of the people I've talked to, and my own experiences, and just stuff like that for that time period. And once again, for a lot of younger folks, it might be hard to envision a world without the internet. In fact, I know it is. But it's like that joke. You had to be there to understand it, because it wasn't as easy to let people know. That's true. It doesn't need to be a cult or community or fandom or anything. Shipping doesn't require that. At that point, I had to disagree, or agree to disagree. A lot of what I've seen, especially in recent years, and as it evolves and grows, as time passes, I see I see it lean more heavily towards a community-based element. Like you going to someone and say, "Oh, I ship these two so hard," and they're like, "Oh, you're so real for that, bestie." I see that more and more often every day. So that just skews my opinion more toward, at a certain point, you need a community-based element for shipping to work the way it does now, at least.
You only have experiences with your buddy.
Yeah, but I also talked to other people who grew up with later. It's not like I just stuck to G1. I'm not a G1er. I love all of Transformers minus KISS players, but I've spoken with a lot of these people through different generations. The only real part of the Transformers fan base of who I've not gotten the opportunity to talk to is the Japanese side, which that's an entirely different culture. If we're speaking from like a purely Western viewpoint, that's literally on the opposite side of the globe, so that's its own thing entirely. And even in Japan, Transformers, it diverged heavily in G1 than it did here in the States.
Buddies back then, not the whole world like you do now with the internet.
Yeah, but even still, that actually just hammers my point more. Because I talked to other people who grew up with other eras of Transformers, and I've gotten the perspective of G1ers, people who grew up with Bavers, people who grew up with Transformers Prime, people who grew up with Transformers Animated, Armada, I guess the Unicron trilogy in general, Robots in Disguise. There was one way back in 2003 by that name. They just keep reusing it. And up until really recently, it's only really then when I started hearing about it more and more and more as time goes on. Not talking about fandom, I'm talking about shipping. Shipping is something you do individually. Not about being able to envision a world without the internet.
I'm guessing you don't really understand because you're not a shipper yourself. Because you still see it as something multiple people have to do rather than one. So you're talking about Transformers fans from every country except Japan? It's not that I'm talking about every Transformers fan from every country except Japan. Like, for example, the UK. The reason why I would lump the UK and I guess American or Western Transformers fans together is because they consumed a lot of the same media. And they had access to a lot of the same stuff. But I have not gotten the opportunity to, and I grew up in Colombia for a time. From my experiences, I know it has a presence, but is not as popular in like some South American countries, at least the ones I've been to. In terms of other places like Australia, like just the UK in general, I know it's popular in. But like a lot of the Asian countries, I have a hard time commenting on just because I do not really have the means to talk to them and ask about certain things. But I guess at the end of the day, when this become an argument of semantics. Like I guess, how do I put it? I do agree that yeah, shipping can be done by yourself. But when you look at a lot of the stuff that is in shipping in of itself, when it comes to certain tropes, certain characterizations, certain pairings that you see, I guess are certain, what would the word be? Equivalent pairings you see from across specific pieces of media. A lot of it only came about once that community element was added to it. Once more and more people started to make these dedicated fan bases to specific ships and stuff and all that, and anything of that like. And just as the world gets integrated more and more and more with the internet, and the more interconnected we become, it's going to be hard to make an argument for any singular thing. Not even just for anything. It's going to be hard not to be connected. You know, that wasn't what I was talking about. I guess for me, the way I view it, at a certain point, it became something else. I guess for a lot of people who are in it, and once again, going back to the bubble topic I was talking about, the more you stay in a bubble, even if you go outside of it every once in a while, whether you realize it or not, you're still in that bubble, and until you go out of it. I'm grateful for this conversation, for example, to have a more direct conversation with I guess someone who deals in shipping than I've ever had in the past, and I've had brief to extensive conversation with people who deal in it, and I try to go out of my way to put myself in other people's shoes and get different views and change certain views I have when it comes to even silly things like this. Conversation so long. I finished the drawing. But I guess something else a lot of people have to factor in when it comes to specific conversations like this is how much of it is actually I guess, the view that a lot of other people have, and how much is it my interpretation that a lot of people have this view. Or if it is just my view. That's something else. Like, I'm trying to hit this from as many different angles as I can. Because if I was to speak on my view of it, I do not like shipping. I will go as far, I think a lot of authors and writers and creators should heavily denounce it. Especially for certain characters, if they were meant for specific purposes, or if they were based off specific people. Like, Optimus Prime is not even debatable. Optimus Prime is based off Peter Cullen's deceased brother, who was a Marine. Like, he was fought in wars and stuff. So when I see, like, people like Michael Bay mischaracterize Optimus Prime the way he did for the live-action films, and just make him a mindless killer at a certain point. Or, like, when I see people doing stuff where, like, they're shipping him with Optimus, at a certain point, you lose me entirely. But that would be more of my perspective of it. But if I was to use the perspective I prefer, which is a more open one, where I'm more charitable to a wide variety of views,
Never, I'm never ever watching a Michael Bay movie. Yeah, but you'd be surprised how many people defend those live-action Transformers films just as hard as G1 fans defend the original cartoon. A lot of Bayverse fans have no concept of the fact that they've become the very thing they swore to destroy. A G1er, but just for Bayverse. And those movies, a lot of, outside of, I'll defend the first one to the day I die, but every other subsequent one is bad. Objectively. From a variety of reasons. Won't be surprised. I've seen it, yeah. It gets bad. I've had direct conversations with a lot of those people. And at a certain point, both sides for that argument of, like, the mischaracterization of Optimus Prime have lost the plot. G1ers are keeping their rose-tinted glasses, and what they view Optimus Prime in their heads. What they remember him as from their childhood, not so much of what he actually represents. And then you have Bayverse fans who are more focused about justifying his actions rather than having the conversation of, is this something Optimus Prime would do? Newsflash, no. Anyway. I like shipping, but that doesn't mean I like every ship. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, I know a lot of shippers who actually war with each other because they'll like certain ships, but then they'll look at other ships and find them abhorrent, and then that's a whole other thing. I'm taking what brief rest I can, then I'm off in search of a less terrifying challenge. This nest is no place to die. I don't war because I don't care. Yeah, I think a lot of people, without realizing, they keep to themselves. Like, a lot of people say they're in fandoms. No, you're not. Like, I can say for a fact, I'm not. Like, I say I'm a Transformers fan, I'm in the Transformers fan base, but at the same time, I've said in the past, to me, there's a clear distinction between the Transformers fan base and the Transformers fandom. Because the fandom, from my experience, they deal more in the shipping, while the fan base, they're more obsessed about collecting the plastic figures that come out every year. I forgot Cloth was there. Just listening to all that. Yeah, I'm in fandoms, all right. There's a community there. There's a community, and there's a community, and then there's a fandom. Yeah, I think a lot of people also make that distinction as well to themselves. So there's the grander community for example, Hollow Knight. Then there might be like the subsection, which is more like the Hollow Knight fandom, who might deal more in shipping, or who are just wholeheartedly obsessed with everything involving not even just the game, but just the concept of the franchise. Then there's there could be like the Hollow Knight fan base who just really love the game and they keep to themselves. And then even in fandoms, something with fandoms specifically, which is why I say at a certain point, especially the more time goes on, it cannot be as singular as a lot of people like to say it is. There has to be a community element to it, because a lot of fandoms then split off and make their own fandoms for different parts of the fandom. So, yeah. For me, I would say I'm in the Transformers fan base, but even then I have a hard time saying that. Is low-key more chill than the other side, except the ones who ship the siblings, yeah. Like, I have a hard time even saying I'm in the Transformers fan base, because a lot of Transformers fans... For Transformers, it's a very, I guess, broad topic in of itself, because every time there's a new show, Transformers is in a unique situation where I've never seen in any other, piece of media ever. Transformers has purism so rampant that it creates a form of mitosis, and that splits off from the original purism and creates its own brand of purism for that new thing that just came out. The Hollow Knight fandom. The fan artists and the animations, yeah. Like, there's Bayverse fans, and then there's G1ers, and then there's probably purists for, like, the Japanese stuff and the Energon and stuff, and I know there's probably definitely purists for Earthspark, because I've heard someone describe it as one of the best pieces of modern Transformer fiction ever written. I'm sorry, you were just riding the high of the show being out, or that's extreme copium. But Transformers, every time a new thing comes out, it'll create a new brand of purism for that specific thing, and by extension, a new fan base for that specific thing. So I have a hard time. I would say I'm just a Transformers fan, and I talk to other Transformers fans occasionally.
The best Transformers show is Beast Wars, sorry.
For me, it's the original cartoon. I grew up with it, so obviously I'm gonna say that. But narratively speaking, I think, yeah, Beast Wars is definitely, writing-wise, character-wise, narrative is probably the best Transformers show.
People who hate on Beast Wars animations will not survive the winter.
Yeah. Something else, when it comes to art, period, like Hollow Knight is a good example. Art does not have to be... Well, no. That's backwards. Sorry. I don't like G1, sorry. Fair enough. Yeah, there's just people who don't mesh with it. I love it. I prefer it to a lot of... Like, especially, I prefer it more to Bayverse stuff, and even then, I do like Bayverse. I'm a rare instance of someone who grew up with G1 and prefers G1, who still likes the Bayverse films and defends them to some extent, some of their designs and some of the concepts they proposed, but can still acknowledge that movie franchise is god-awful at a certain point. And I ironically love Beast Wars animation style so much. It's so expressive. Well, it's what's it called? The argument of less is more. If you have less to work with, you have to be more creative with how you express certain things. It couldn't be built. Like, actually, no, Hollow Knight is a good example of that, because you have these bugs who have no faces, so they can't really properly express themselves. So you have to be creative about writing and the way you write these characters and their movements and stuff in order to better express and show what they're feeling.
And stuff like that. I grew up with Prime. I still dislike it. The rose-tinted glasses didn't do shit.
Yeah, that's how it can be for a lot of people. A lot of people, they hang on to them suckers for a long time, and then there's others where, yeah, I went back once and I just don't like it anymore. Right, that's you dead.
I mean, they still express with their eyes. Like, look at Cloth and how her eyes are positioned.
She looks tired. Yeah. But there's a lot of other characters where they do not have that level of expression. Due to just, like, the Knight, for example. Or, like, a better example is the Hollow Knight. How the Hollow Knight just does not have that level of expression. But we get so much of, like, the characterization of the Hollow Knight through nothing more than, two simple movement gestures it makes from the two appearances. Oh yeah, it's stabbing itself, too. That's a better example. God, I can't stand these things. Another such example of an enemy that really said, let me just spawn more annoying stuff. To aggravate the player. Wait, there's a limit? Apparently there's a spawn limit. Look at this absolute abomination laid out before us. Infinite bug glitch. Imagine if there wasn't. Yeah, apparently I just discovered those things actually have a spawn limit as to how many of those things they summon before they get tired and just say, fine, I'll do it myself. Good thing is, we're about to get the tram pass, so this opens up a lot of places for us. And this is a bit of lore in of itself. This shows the Pale King's attempt to civilize and cohabitate with Deepnest. That failed miserably. Lovely. Absolute nuisance. Lord have mercy, those things suck. What are they even called? I don't remember a single name of any of the enemies from Deepnest just because that's how much I hate this place. Corpse crawlers, where is it? What's it called? Carver Hatcher. No, your name is Craver Hatcher. Flying creatures that fire out dirt carvers from its body when potential prey come close. Well, why don't you just do it yourself, because they'll just eat it for you. Did Buddy just not... Buddy did not care. Or read it correctly. Bro read it correctly, then miscorrected it himself. Yeah, because I hate these enemies and I hate this place. I'm not going to, like, this thing. I'm not going to give it the respect of reading its name correctly. Especially when they're both clearly trying to end my Steel Soul playthrough. Can't stand those things. The fact that Royal Waterways barely beats this place out for most annoying enemies to deal with. Tram Pass. More lore. That's the map. Tram Pass, a lifetime pass to travel the tramway connecting parts of Hallownest. These passes cost a huge amount of geo and catch prices. And each purchase requires authorization by the king. So that gives us an interesting piece of insight about the tram pass and the tramways in general. Only the uber elite ever got to even look at the inside of these things. Because they would have needed one of these that they would have had to have paid their soul for, and then had the king authorize the use of it. So, yeah, they were not cheap. And a status symbol does not begin to cover what they were. They were beyond that. You would have been like a politician to have one of those. And I guess that's the irony of it, because of that, it's implied that the tramways were hardly ever used. And the stag stations were just a lot more efficient and more widely used in general. Not just by commoners, but just everyone, it seemed. I probably should start grinding those annoyances. Oh yeah, I had the Dream Nailer. Good thing I came back. Such bad luck. The critters about here are just... The critters about here are just terrifying. Those scuttling legs, those gnashing teeth. 'Tis not the end I'd ever want to meet. Nice rhyme. Okay, we've explored more of the tramway, we just need to go down to the left and stuff, and then we start getting more towards Hera's part of the map. With the tramway, we can actually realistically leave this place properly and go into Ancient Basin and stuff. And further past into Kingdom's Edge. But I'm going to try finding and fighting Nosk first. So that way I have the... Oh wait, no, I don't have to. I can get the other Pale Ore from Kingdom's Edge. Did I freeze Zote? No, I didn't. Oh lord, this place. Jesus. Okay, so far so good. Persistent. Okay. How many crystal crawlers was that? Not crystal crawlers, quartz crawlers. One more. Funny. You're funny, game. You're hilarious, even. Funniest game I've ever played my entire life. King's Idol. We are going to be rich by the time. Oh, I just realized all these King's Idols and stuff I will not have to worry about. Oh my god. Well, at least you're the last one I need.
The beasts of this land have found plenty of
ingenious
hiding places, but none so clever as the body of another creature. If you happen on such a beast, rejoice. You've hunted 2 creatures at once.
Apparently the hunter likes those things, and we still have to talk to him. I keep forgetting. Hey, look, it's your favorite character. Rejoice, chat. Ho, what are you doing? You clumsy little oaf. Swinging your rusty little nail around in the darkness. You almost struck me. And if you had, it would have been the end of you. Trust me. I, Zote the Mighty, a knight of great renown. My wife? No, my a combined weapon and life. My weapon, Life Ender, has struck down hundreds of foes. Begone, or you'll be next. Are you lost in these dark tunnels? I don't care. No, I won't lead you out. I know the way, due to my powerful memory. But I only travel alone. Begone. Bop. So the kingdom was hiding this dark nest full of deadly predators. Well, now that the deadliest predator of all is here, Zote the Mighty. Or now the deadliest predator. Where am I going? I have to loop back around. Wait, no I don't. I just have to get out of here, I think. Okay, that's where I was. Alright, I know where I am. I know where I am. I'm going to leave this area. When we get the chance, we need to go back to Forgotten Crossroads and, oh, wait, no, I have to go around. We need to go back to Forgotten Crossroads, buy that mass shard, so I have, I need to kill 1 more of these. 9 more of these, which is absolutely horrid. Talk to T-Cell. Yeah, talk to T-Cell. Talk to the hunter. I did not mean to do that. Oh. These suckers are tough. More lore, though. He's literally on the Stagway bench, yeah.
They can be hard to spot as they flit. As they filter in and out of the darkness, watch for their glowing eyes.
Sorry, my brain stopped working. I've definitely talked a lot more than I did the last few streams because of the topics of conversation. I'm just trying to get a pale ore, man, that's all. Up. Go away. I care not for your existence. What is that way? Never mind. Cloth is still here, and will still be here for a good long while. We need to do the first bit of grinding just because I do not want to have to come back to this place ever. utterly despise these creatures, man. That's 8 more I have to do. With a soul vessel, mind you. 2 hits. Thank God. Nope, you are getting pogo to death. Screw you, buddy. I care so very little for these things. Alright, where's the other one? That's a problem. Okay, that is... how many down? I don't know. 3 more, thank God. Then we can never come back to this part of the game. Until the next playthrough. But at that point, we'll not have to worry about death, because it will just be a regular, non-still soul playthrough. Is Tiso still... not Tiso. Yep, Cloth is still here. One, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5. Jesus. 6, 7. Takes 7 hits to kill him. Good to know. Alright. Yep. Just one more, and then I'll just immediately bench warp. I'm not going to bother walking. I do not have the energy. That's a problem. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll get the geo then. Read that journal entry. That's probably the first and only bit of journal entry grinding that will be seen on stream. Everything else, depending on how I go about it, he's literally on the bench in the stagway. Oh, I already read that. I thought that was new. When these creatures, the monsters of the... oh, the mothers of the dirt... I got it. I created a horrible habit. I was about to call them cravers. Are these creatures the mothers of the dirt carvers? They appear only loosely related. But then, how do the dirt carvers get inside of the hatchers? A confusing situation. The mothers, the dirk, true. What other abhorrent creatures do I need to kill here? Nothing! We just continue on to other parts of Deepnest because this place sucks. Oh, god damn it, I have to loop all the way. We still have to drop down from that one area. Over there. Nice try. Can't half check my map right. Okay. Pain. You lived. That's impressive. Only oh man, I just saw, if they have a spawn limit, does that mean no, I'm not even gonna put that into the world. I'll ask next playthrough, not this one. I don't care enough. Jesus. Most pleasant part of Deepnest, everyone. Most pleasant vacation spot in Deepnest. So pleasant. Where are you running to? Okay, that's there. I wish I had, I fucking hate this place. Oh, I hate this place so much. I'm not putting up with you. Who decided that spawn location, by the way? All the way down there? There we go. This is Galleon. I'm going to loop around because I know that there is a lifeblood cocoon up here. As well as a... I think it's vessel fragment. 3. That's actually very good. And now I'm not at death's doorstep when I fight him. Oh, a fellow warrior are there, out there. I thought I was the only one brave enough and strong enough to survive in this foul, forgotten pit. I am Galleon, the strongest warrior at Hollandnest. I come to this monstrous place to test my strength. No doubt you wish to test your might as well. Test your might. Yes, you and I are a rare breed. Quite unlike this poor fellow. Oh, brother thinks his body is someone else. This poor fellow who has fallen before us. The world is not kind to the weak, I fear. So then, shall we do battle? Let us test our strength in joyous combat, sure. That was a massive lag spike. In fact, the lighting changed in totality. I wish you did not do contact damage. Matter of fact, I'm too paranoid. I'm not taking the chance on that. I'm going to equip some combat charms. No, I'm not. I'm just going to come back there later. When I've gotten the pale Orin left. Should I even bother? Should I just go... I'll go the quickest way down to, wherever it is I'm trying to go. Well, I have full health now. Maybe I'm just more careful. Here we go. Chat, I'm noticing a distinct lack of wishing me luck fighting this dream boss that can kill me. And end the like, 16-hour run. Okay, that was some... God damn it. Of course that missed. Alright. Phase 2. How did that miss? Don't care how close I get. If I go in... I'm not taking that chance. That scythe got real close. Wrong direction. 15,000 GO. Or not 15, 50. 5, no. God. You wanna know what I just realized? I don't think I ate today. No, I did. I didn't eat lunch. That's what it was. I think I'm starting to feel the effects. Anyone who says take a break, gets permabanned, by the way. Anyone who says eat then as well also gets permabanned. Okay. Oh my god, you really flicked in the wrong direction. What the fuck kind of... I'm being stubborn. I should just leave and come back with an upgraded nail, but I'm not going to. And I blame chat. It's your fault, chat. Why are you not telling me to just take a break and eat? Do you not care about your streamer? Why you like this? Like what? Just call me by my name? No. Chat doesn't have a name, they're just chat. That's how it works. I thought we all understood this. Oh, I need Descending Dark for this place bad. You hate me so much? No. I love everyone in my chat. Smile. If I walk over here and I hear crawling. Oh, that's interesting. Though you smile at me, I'll smile at whoever I want. How you like them apples? I believe I know what this is. I did not say I was correct, though. Apparently I've been here. I've played these games before. Oh, I've indeed played these games before. Where is Nosk again? Of course you respawn. That's where I came from. Okay. First one of you guys. Why are you guys so tough? Holy Jesus! Got some health on you, huh? Stalker Devout. Worshipper of Hera the Beast. Shielded themselves with hard-plated foreclaws, then lash out suddenly to cut down prey. I hate this place with every fiber of my being. I did not miss Deepnest, man. I did not miss it. Alright, yeah, the little weaver. Oh my god. More respawning enemies. Little Weaver. Nimble spider that traverses its domain on thin strands of web. Often waits in ambush. What? No lore entry for those? Deeplings, infants of deepness, scuttles about in darkness, learning the layout of its home. So these are what's left of the Weaver's children. That were their minds were too young and far too fragile and weak to resist the Radiance's influence like their parents could. There's no way you're this tough. Imagine being a ball with legs. Well, they're spiders. Is that not what most spiders are? Unironically? That's just Kirby. This is just Kirby character, actually, yeah. Kirby himself, actually. Oh my. It's a waste of soul. I thought I killed it. No, spiders are shaped like, shiders? No, spiders are not, shaped like balls. Well, if you look at them a certain way. Team Cherry seems to agree. Their abdomens are round, but they're made up of a collage of balls. How about that? Have you ever thought about that? Great, I hear an egg. They are not shaped like balls. You're just baiting me. Am I? Smile. Silence from the stillborn egg. Rundsant Ig. Egg. As a certain streamer would say. Here, Grib. Yeah, that's exactly how you pronounce it. Yes. This generation, I would think you would be fine with it, as from what I understand, this generation loves to mispronounce words all the time. So when I do it, now all of a sudden it's a problem. Right? I can't have fun and say Rundsant Ig. Jesus. My jump button didn't work. How lucky am I? Got an essence from that one. A devout. Great. About to say, I know I did not just watch you rush at me. That's a problem. Yo, how many of these things are there in this room? I remember it taking a while, but... Jesus. Ow! Oh my god. Please work with me, knight. I tried doing this in an orderly fashion, but this place is too sprawling. Oh, there's ones here, too. Okay. Well, we have 700 essence, not counting galleon. I guess going on that little genocide in the Spirit Glade also might have contributed. Right, chat? I just realized how low my health was. Yeah, no. I need some... little guys. I need a bench, that's what I need. That's what I need a bench. I just need to hope it went back to sleep, because I'm going to try and sneak behind it. Heard you say right, chat, but didn't know you were talking, Are we being dead ass right now?
Didn't know what you were talking about. I was busy wrestling my refrigerator.
You know, that definitely necessary genocide you guys had me go out in the Spirit Glade, that one? That one, chat, you know? Right, chat? At least the map's now more filled out. So you admit that you're single-handedly responsible for an entire genocide. How could you? You're a monster. I hope you can sleep well with yourself, knowing this. Bullshit? Guess? I have no idea. G immediately followed by bulge sack. Is it one word or two? No, you shut up. You're younger than me. I have the audacity to call me boy. a placid but putrid creature holds rancid eggs within its guts. Right. It's funny to say, boy, okay? Yeah, right. Bro thinks he's Kratos. Look at the way he's spamming in chat. Brother thinks he's the god of war with his boy. There are no boys here. Try my hand at Galleon again. Severely underleveled. Just have to be careful and consistent. I just wish this cutscene wasn't 6 years long. Of course. Okay, that's just not fair. It attacked me before even I knew where I was going. What is that? That was actually undodgeable. Go away. Beating this guy on Radiant felt like peeling off skin. Well, at least in Radiant difficulty, and not in the setting I'm fighting him in, I have access to all my equipment. I was close, though, but I was not going to take the chance. I really should just, like, put on a charm or something. I don't need this and this. I'm just going to put... Oh. I have to get rid of... Oh. I'm sorry, Dashmaster, but I need this. Wrong charm, actually. There we go. Anything to make this go by even a little bit better. Oh, it's horrible. I feel like I'm moving through molasses. Brody Odie is lucky that his arena is so close. $4 billion year-long cutscene. Okay, already getting through way faster. Way faster. There we go! Galleon, lingering dream of a fallen warrior, trained in the wilds, bordering the kingdoms, hoping to become a knight. Oh yeah, that's right. He wanted to become one of the 5 knights, or something along those lines. A knight strives not only to protect the land and its people, but the hopes and dreams of the kingdom. Unbelievable. I'm defeated at last, so this is what it feels like to be bested. Still though, I am strong, am I not? When you see our king, surely you'll tell him of my valor. Yes. He sent you here to test me, didn't he? I know he had not forgotten brave Galleon. I'm ready to join you now, brothers. You and I. Let us leave this place together. That should be a large chunk of soul, actually. Or not soul, essence, yeah. The body of a fallen warrior. And we are immediately going to bitch warp back. Take off fragile strength. And, continue through deepnest, which is this. I knew beforehand that deepnest was going to. His soul is clearly being freed. Clearly, right? What else do I have on? This, and I have this on in case I found any of those lore things for the guys. I am going a direction, alright. I'm not going all the way back down through there. I wonder how insane my path of regression looks like to the, I guess, average Hollow Knight player. The fact that I'm choosing consciously to go into deepnest before City of Tears. That's a conscious decision I made by myself. Alright, come on. Which one of you is it? There you go. Anyone else? If not, do not speak now, and continue to forever hold your peace. Oh wait, I have to kill you guys, huh? Come here. I know I could technically kill a bunch of you in Hera's Den, but no. I will just do this. Oh, he's getting pissed. Now he's rethinking his life. Oh, you got some health on you, man. Or my nail's really weak. It's almost like I should not be here just yet. It's almost like the game even told me with Cornifer at the very start that if I'm not equipped, I probably should not be here. But that clearly cannot be it, right, chat? Right. Clearly I'm supposed to be here this stupid early. Alright, how many more of you goobers do I have to kill? I need 11 more of those and 8 more of you. That's more reasonable. 19 of them suckers, right. That's not obscene to ask. And now it is 7. No, 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 come here. No. Oh! That's the sickest parry I've ever done in my entire career. Nothing will ever compare to it. We're getting through this, chat. We're getting through tireless work, thankless work, but it has to be done. For the sake of silking our songs in 7 days. Damn. She soaked on my song till I cast. Of course that hit me from behind. Okay, that's that about done. Oh, I was about to say. Not quite full masks, but we're in a much better off spot than we were. And with this guy... Now we're in a definitely good spot. And I was about to say that should be the last one.
They can appear from the darkness at any moment. They seem to fly through the air, dancing on invisible strings as they silently stalk their prey.
Damn, that's crazy. It's almost like they're silking their songs. It's okay, buddy. Take your time. I have no idea if I killed this one. Did I? Chat, you're supposed to be keeping track. Did I kill this one? I'm straight up soaking it. Never mind, chat, you're useless. Right.
Okay, that sucked. I don't know. I was slicing fruit. The messages are delayed. God forbid I want a little
Treat. Yeah, you're not allowed, chat. You're not allowed. You're supposed to only keep track of what I am doing at all times. Like how many enemies I've killed, how close I am to doing certain objectives in the game, and that's it. Oh, I definitely haven't killed you yet. Oh, you are just... Okay, I see how it is. Aggressive, aren't we? This thing straight chased me. I could hear you over my... I can't hear you over my crunching. What did you say? Can't hear you. Wow, chat. After all the... This is the longest stream I've ever done, and this is how you treat me? Ungrateful, really. Okay, I deserve that. I was getting impatient. I just wanted it dead. Oh, there is something here. You cannot give it. What was brother defending? Wait. There we go. I see. See. Know how I feel now? No. Because I can do no wrong. Everything's chat's fault. That's how it will forever be. Something bad happens, chat's fault. Nest alive, sleeping queen, beast. Very insightful. I do believe we got all the devout's in the area though, which is good.
I will do anything but
Say my, you will do anything but say my name. Yeah, that's right, chat. Weaver Den. Weaver's Den, whichever you prefer. So this is the last place that the, my god. That was a disaster. Now I have to be extra careful. Oh, it's horrible. My name is not chat, right. Whatever you say, chat. Okay. So here is an adult weaver body, Hera. And here's a bunch of spools of silk and stuff. Jesus. Thank God.
They go from small balls to big balls.
They silked all over the place, yep. God, this part. Oh no, I just gotta... Yep, Nope, 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 nope. Come back here with full soul, when I don't have to worry about killing devouts and stuff. Well, I guess I'll have to worry about killing devouts anyway, but... That was Weaver... Oh, God. Well, I'll have to go all the way through and pick up a Weaver song. Hornet straight weaving... that shit. Still have to kill 13 more of these little suckers. 7 more of you. There's a few things of great importance in there, though, that we have no choice but to, you know, acquire. That was close. Out of the way. A devout. Out of the way. We have the mini weavers to use to get our soul back and stuff. Full health. Got some health on you. Alright, I just have to remember where it is. I need to go. Where was my jump? Another devout. Excuse you. You're in my way. Are you Actually, uh-oh. I'll kill you later, alright? Oh my lord, please. God, this place is so... Yeah, that's another problem with Deep Nest. It's just this very... Not only does it suck to navigate, it's boring. At least specific parts of it, like, not notoriously boring, but you know what I mean. Like, you just rather be doing anything else than having to do anything involving it. Okay.
It's not as boring when you're not when you're not trying to kill every
Little sweater, yeah. That makes it worse. Weaver Song. Another personal favorite charm of mine, at least appearance-wise. Weaver Song. Silken charm containing a song of farewell left by the weavers who departed Hollow Nest for their old home, Farloom. Summons weaverlings to give the lonely bearer some companionship and protection. Princess. So Hornet. We cannot reach just yet that part. But there, over there, chat, you see that? The charm does not suck, you just suck. You suck more than a charm, how about that? Over there is the last living weaver, other than Hornet and Hera, in all of Hollow Nest, as I understand it. You see it standing there.
And see what, my name isn't chat, so I see how it is.
Yeah, all the other weavers left, as Weaver Song implies. All of them left, understandably so, because the plague was literally taking their children from them. It was corrupting the minds of whoever else was left. And those who stayed because of the princess and Hera and whatever, like, duty they felt to that. So, they, yeah, I'd leave too, yeah, it was corrupting the minds of, like, their newborns and stuff, because they just did not have the mental fortitude to understand. How else would they have it? They were just born. So the Weavers just up and left. The few that stayed died off, and this is, to my understanding, the only living one. And with Dashmaster, we can see it clearly as it's running away. And do not ask me where it goes, because it just disappears. That's the only time we ever see a living Weaver other than Hornet and Hera. And I can make this. I do not want to come back with whatever. We got the charm. We got the charm. I'm just gonna leave. I'm going to carefully walk this way. For Hera, for Brood. Protect, crush. Protect, crush. Protect, crush. Brother, can you have more interesting brainwaves? Our domain. I will kill you this way. I have no shame. Bro wants to protect their crush so badly. True. Ow! Haha. Not that many more of those things left to kill. A lot of them I think I will probably end up killing in, for, the journal entry thing. A lot of them I probably will... A lot of them I probably will end up killing in, Hera's domain over there. But, hold on, I need to kill you. There's a way up here that I have not gone yet. Oh, this place sounds horrible and I hate it already. Oh my lord. No, you're dying. You're dying now. All that effort for one spider. Of course, there's more skittling and scuttling. Oh wait, I think I know where this leads. This leads up in the Queen's Garden. If I recall correctly. Because Queen's Garden has one, one-off path to, deepnest for some reason. Yeah, I think this is, this leads to Queen's Garden. Damn. Hope I could get away with it. Oh, you hit the wall that time, right, Knight? Yep, this is it. Oh my. I hope you guys actually go into the spikes trying to get me. Apparently you can't. Here's mask maker, I think his name is. Yep. Is it mask or face upon the creature? In hollowness, a difficult thing it can be to discern. A wonderful thing to have, a face. No, not a thing with which we all are blessed. For this kingdom's faceless, I shall provide a mask, a face. Does it need one? Does it not? To define, to focus, to exist? Does it know of the face that hides beneath? Such remarkable contrast the worm conceived. So this thing is just aware of the fact that, yeah, that's that thing is the Pale King's kid. Unfortunately, because we don't have this descending dark or anything like that, we cannot get the extra bit of lore by breaking his mask. Not just yet, so we'll have to come back here. Oh. The good thing is, because this is a path straight to Queen's Garden, we actually do not have to worry about having to travel all the way back through Deepnest. Unfortunately, the route to Queen's Garden is currently locked off. We're still barely in Deepnest. And I can tell because it's just doing everything in its power to be not just a nuisance to me, but a grade A nuisance. The disappointment in your voice every time you die to a spike is hilarious. I'm glad someone is in. Oh yeah, you suckers just don't die to the spikes because of course. Why would you? That'd be too convenient. And this is Deepnest. Convenience and Deepnest do not belong in the same sentence. Why? Why? This absolutely horrendous place. Oh, now you died. You fuck. Well, we got that absolutely horrible, you're banned, horrible place out of the way. How many more of those little guys we have to kill? I might farm some devout while I'm here. 2, okay. I need to chase down that one. Got it. Why am I banned? Let me say pond. No. Pwned. Pond. Do people still say pwned anymore? I don't know. The Deepnest is a dangerous place to hunt. Or, Jesus, I forgot the voice. Hold on. The Deepnest is a dangerous place to hunt, but rewarding. Keep an eye out for weaker creatures you can pick off and eat. Keep your strength up in the darkness. Should I just kill the 5 devouts here? Because I know I'm behind one of them on one of these levels. Okay, maybe it's not worth it. Maybe it's just maybe it's not worth it. Oh my god, the low roofs. Where am I? Where did it spit me back? Oh, I don't care. I'm just gonna leave this place. This part of, I've been here for far too long. The only reason to come back here is for the one lore-related thing. More Weaverlings. Look. A pit of spikes with this thing in it. Who designed this? Team Cherry, I love you, but Jesus. Dashmaster, why? Chat, let it be known. Every time I've ever come close to death, whenever I've done any kind of Steel Soul run, guess where it has always been? Guess. Guess! Oh my lord. Please, just work with me. No, not Green Path. 19 hours, by the way. Don't shout at me, the chest's delayed. Fair enough. This abhorrent place. Oh, I forgot. While I'm here, because of how long it's been, let me actually go somewhere pleasant. Yeah, I will have to warp all the way back, but I'd rather... You think I was being serious? No. But you have to play into the bit with chat. That's how it works. I may not be that big of a streamer, but I understand that much. Jeez, I can't. This place sucks. Get out of the way, please. I get! Anyway.
Like, I never had to close the game. Other than that. I got close to death once.
It was Hornet Sentinel. Yeah, then again, I am rushing. I'm trying to go fast, and with rushing, you get, errors. Hello, hello! What a thrill it is to find such warm comfort amidst the den of beasts. This is a furious place, no doubt. Supposedly, there's a village deep in the Warren?
Chilling with Quirrell in the bath. Night move, it's my turn.
No. Its inhabitants never accepted Hollownest's king, or anyone else, or anything else. Why not join me for a time? These waters do wonders for weary legs. He's so nonchalant, true. This one too must seek the village at the nest's heart. What mystery, the purpose that sees... What mystery the purpose that sees it share my path?
His head tweaks out when you talk to him.
Quirrell, my... Am I high, chat? Am I reading this correctly? What mystery the purpose that sees it share my path? Is that supposed to be mysterious? No. This one too must seek the village at the nest's heart. What mystery the purpose that sees it share my path? I'm going to assume that's a typo. Oh, well, now I have to go all the way up by foot. I need to find that one area that Nosk was inhabiting. Or the... I don't think I can now I think about it. I don't think that's a typo, I think we're both collectively stupid and he's too good for it. No, that's just weird wording. Who says stuff like that? What mystery I don't even remember what it was. Excuse me. Out of the way. Why not fight Nosk? I'm trying to remember how to get there. Because I know the entrance to Nosk is right there. At the bottom of the... at the... right here. But I also remember an alternative path, I think. But to get here, I need Monarch Wings. And for that, I need to get Crystal Heart. And that means I have to skip on the one line of dialogue for Mila. What purpose No, that's backwards. I know that wasn't it. What purpose mystery sees path mystery purpose? Yes. Do you remember? Yeah, you could wall jump. Do you? I swear you could do it without. No, I think I need Monarch Wings, unless because the jump is way too high. And if I were to try doing it with just claw, the precision of the jump I need to make is not one I'm willing to attempt on a Steel Soul run, because that can end the run from me falling into the pit too much. I cannot even check my map. Almost there. Get out of the way. You beat Pure Vessel on Radiant and you can't do what? Look, combat is one thing. Platforming is another. Outside of, Path of Pain, I've not done any overtly challenging platforming. Anything challenge, whatever. Yeah. My brain stopped working there, sorry. I've not done any overtly, truly, like, challenging platforming things in this game. Outside of Path of Pain. I had no self-imposed platform challenges or anything like that, just Path of Pain and whatever else. Or White Palace, I guess. Okay. I do not have to kill you again, so I'm not going to bother. There we go. You've done Path of Pain, but can't do a wall. If you see the gap that you're asking me to do, you'll understand. And there's nothing I can pogo off of. There's, like, very little to work with. I've seen it. So you're just being difficult, is what you're saying? Lord have mercy. Just let me get to Beast End, that's all I ask for at this point. Funny. You're banned. Oh, I could have killed two birds with one stone. Well, no, I can still go back. The spike damage was karma for being mean to me. No, they lied. Not friends. You can't ban me. Yes, I can. I'll do it right now. Oh, here's Beast Den. I'm not going in there just yet. Because, for one, we'd have to kill Hera. And I'm still not sure what I want to do with Hornet this playthrough. And I do not want to fall all the way down. Yeah, I banned you for 5 seconds. Is there anything up here? No. Distant village. Of course the bench here is broken, because why would it not be?
That pass you hold, is it not from that ghastly machine? The tram? I hope you're not thinking of riding on that grotesque contraption. The thought a mere machine could attempt what we stags do, foolish,
Very foolish. Bro does not want his job taken.